She heard a bang from the far end of the dungeon. Damn it. The floodgate had been broken. The water from the river gushed into the dungeon. In minutes, it would be completely underwater. She had to leave right now. Orla jumped down to the floor of the dungeon. She was 5'7", and the water had risen to her waist in only a few minutes. She treaded ahead toward the exit. From the door above, the cat clung to the bar with its claws. It cried out a meow. Orla looked up. Soon the cat would let go and drop into the rising water. The door was at the far end of the room, and she was already at the exit, but Orla shrugged and came back inside. She stood right underneath the door and reached her hands out. "Come on, let go of the bar. I'll catch you." The cat clawed and scratched a few more times, then it let go and jumped into Orla's hands. As soon as it landed on her hand, it climbed up her arm and sat on her shoulder. Orla giggled. "You're as quick as a full-grown cat, aren't you? Now you're comfortable, safe, and sound, and we have to get out of here quickly." Her legs were pulled from under the water. Orla was thrown off balance and fell on the floor. She gasped for air and tried to see in the dark. In the water, a rotten body with bony hands clawed at her legs and held them underneath the water. Its eye sockets sparkled in blue, and where the teeth and mouth were supposed to be, Orla saw something resembling a grin. She shook her head to ensure that she was conscious. Still under the water, she reached towards her legs to free them from the bony hands. A pile of tangled weeds grabbed at both arms, preventing her from freeing her legs. Orla gasped, kicked her legs, and wiggled her body as much as she could, but she didn't make any progress. She was running out of air. She looked down again at the blue eye sockets and found the mouth of death still grinning at her. The sign that she had not seen for a long time and didn't wish to see again in her life. The sign of the black curse. She heard Lorcan's voice calling out for her. He was entering the dungeon. He would save her. He had a knack for coming for her at just the right time. Her life was full of uncertainties, but Lorcan was her constant, the one thing that would never change. She'd never told him how she felt about him for various reasons, and most importantly, for his own sake. The dungeon was a long way underground. She wasn't sure he would get to her in time. Maybe this time he'd be too late. She struggled more, but the weeds and the dead arms wouldn't release her. She felt a tug at the weeds. Orla looked up to see the kitten clawing at them. It clawed and bit at the weeds until Orla's right arm was loosened. She yanked her right arm free, untied her left arm, and sitting up, she reached to the bony arms and broke them both at once. The bony arms felt soft like jelly and mud now. They were not as hard as when they grabbed at her legs. She saw a flash of the dead body dissolving into the dark water. She had beaten the curse this time, or at least the cat had. She surged up to the surface and drew in air. She stood up and saw the tiny kitten trying to paddle with its miniature paws, its bright green cat eyes frantic and pleading with her. She scooped the cat up and stared into its eyes. "You saved my life. You're no ordinary cat, are you?" The cat responded with a meow. Orla rolled her eyes and mumbled, "Naturally." She swished through the water, heading toward the exit. Lorcan bolted at Orla when she was halfway up the stairs. "You didn't respond! Jesus Christ, Orla, the floodgate broke! You could have just let me know you were okay!" Orla pulled out her phone and looked at it. It was dead in the water now, but it had never signaled her. She waved the phone at Lorcan. "I dropped it in the water. It's dead." Lorcan looked at her up and down. "Why are you soaking wet? What's with the cat?" Orla sneezed. Lorcan wrapped his coat over her shoulders. "Let's get back to the van," he said. Chapter 2. Inside the van, Orla pulled out a set of spare clothes and got changed. Lorcan chuckled. "We can literally live in this van." Orla glared at him. "What took you so long?" "My device was jammed." Orla stared at him for a second, and then she rolled over laughing. "Your jammer was jammed?" Lorcan threw his arms up. "It's not that funny. It jammed, and then it started working again without me even fixing it. Damn it. And why are you wet from top to bottom? Orla dried her long black hair with a towel. It flash flooded in the dungeon, and I slipped. Lorcan cocked an eyebrow. You slipped? Yeah, you think I went for a swim in the Thames? Lorcan said nothing, his striking blue eyes leveled at hers for a brief moment. He ruffled his thick black hair, making its ends spike up, then he pulled out his pack of cigarettes. We're not done with the job yet, Lorcan. You're not going back in there. The hell I'm not. Orla pulled up the zipper of her jacket and tied up her hair. Then she snatched his cigarette before he had a chance to light it. This will kill you. Lorcan shrugged. If you want to go back in there, I want my cigarette. She shoved the cigarette back into his hand. This is the last one of the month. Lorcan smiled. That's negotiable. He lit his cigarette and took a drag. He glanced back at Orla and saw that she stood next to the van, holding the kitten. Through the screen of smoke he exhaled, she was beautiful. Tall, lean, milky skin, big, dark eyes, full of secrets. You're not taking the cat back in there, are you? Of course. He needs his mother, Orla deadpanned, and left with the cat in one hand and a carry bag in the other. Lorcan shook his head. He squashed the cigarette on the ground and followed her. A moment later, Lorcan was helping Orla climb in from a window at the back door of the building. He had managed to cut off the security system at that end of the building. Are you sure? It can't be that easy to enter this building, Orla whispered. Well, the guy isn't exactly a high-profile drug lord. I think he's just an ordinary rich guy. Ordinary rich guys don't collect multi-million-dollar antique collections without putting decent security systems in place to protect them. Maybe my skills make all security systems look ordinary then. I like that explanation better. They entered a wider hallway that led to the collection room. The kitten trailed right behind Orla. It paused and hissed. In front of them was the collection room, trashed. Blood was everywhere. The body of an old man was on the floor in a pool of his own blood. A few feet away was the body of the mother cat. The kitten kept hissing. Orla picked it up. Shh, it's okay, darling. We'll take care of you. She slid the cat inside her carry bag where it stayed still and stopped hissing. Lorcan checked the man. He's dead. We have to get out of here, Orla. Don't leave anything that might incriminate us. We're here already. He's dead. He doesn't need that vase anymore. We might as well just take the merchandise for the client. Jesus Christ, Orla. It won't take long. Orla darted to the secured cabinet. She pulled her gloves on and worked on the lock. In a few minutes, she had the cabinet open. Inside the cabinet was a large vase, prominently placed in the middle. It was too large to fit in the bag, plus she had the cat in there. She grabbed the vase and held it in her arm. As she walked toward Lorcan, the bony arm that grabbed at her in the dungeon poked up from the floor, grabbing and pulling at her foot. The cat hissed inside the bag. Orla stumbled and fell. The vase dropped to the floor, shattering into pieces. Lorcan charged towards Orla. He helped her up. Are you okay? Did you see that? Orla asked. See what? Nothing. Don't worry. The vase, it's broken. That I can see. Leave it. We have to get out of here before the cops come. I have to get another one. Something else in replacement for this. It won't take long. We can't go back to the client empty-handed. No. I said no, Orla. Lorcan half-dragged, half-carried Orla out of the house. A short moment later, their little van was zooming rapidly along the highway, heading back toward London. Orla sat on the passenger seat with the cat on her lap. We can't exactly take care of a kitten, can we? She asked. Why not? It'll just be like a kid. Lorcan smiled at her. Orla narrowed her eyes. It's a cat, not a kid. Orla silently cursed herself. She couldn't offer him a better explanation. A kid between them would make a family. That was no-go territory for her. Right, a cat it is. Certainly. Lorcan glanced at the cat. Don't worry, we won't call you Edward or anything like that. Orla laughed. Of course not. Losing his mother was tragic enough for him. What do you want to do about the murder? Nothing. By the way, the police just received an anonymous tip regarding that murder. The tip must have come from Mr. Edward here." Lorcan grinned. "He's not Edward." "Right. No Edward, then. Listen, do you want me to talk to the client with you regarding the vase?" "Why? You think I can't do it myself?" "Of course you can. I'm just saying." Lorcan smiled, but the smile faded quickly. He kept on driving, while Orla absently scratched the cat's neck, sending it into ecstasy. The smile on her face had long since faded. Chapter 3. Orla sauntered into the long hall of the most luxurious restaurant in London. She was tall, slim, and exotic, with a river of dark long hair that wrapped around her shoulders. Her siren-red gown flattered her flawless body and dazzled people so that they wouldn't notice her oversized handbag in which she carried the merchandise. Orla clenched her teeth when she saw Lorcan standing at the end of the hall, grinning at her. "You said you'd let me handle this myself," she growled. Lorcan smiled. "Don't pout. It really detracts from that stunning gown. I didn't see you all day yesterday. I miss you. I'll let you work with your client, though. I'll be sitting over here, keeping my mouth shut." Lorcan pointed to a table. "I'm not pouting, and if you keep interfering with my work, I'll leave you." "You need me too much to leave me." Lorcan smiled and leaned in for a kiss. A wave of strong jasmine suddenly engulfed Orla. A faint gray mist swirled through the air, forming a funnel and thickening around Orla and Lorcan. She pushed at Lorcan's chest to stop the kiss, puzzled. She didn't like what she saw and smelt. It had been a long time since she'd experienced these sensations, and she didn't care for them at all. "Are you okay?" Lorcan asked, looking into her eyes. "Yes, sure. I'm settling a job here. No messing around in public." She scowled. Lorcan grinned again. "We'll mess around tonight in private, then." He nodded toward the entrance. "A minion of your client is here. Don't take on any new jobs before we talk." Lorcan walked toward his table. Orla wanted to punch Lorcan in the face, but it wouldn't be a good idea to do so in front of her client. She composed herself and turned around to see a tall man approaching her. He nodded at her. She cast a warning look at Lorcan, directing him to stay where he was, and walked toward the man. "Mr. Turk?" "Call me William, Orla." "I have a table reserved," she smiled. "Thank you," William nodded. Orla caught a slight accent in his voice, but she couldn't quite make out its origin. It didn't matter where they came from. As long as they paid her, she was happy. After they had settled at the table, Orla put the bag on the floor and pushed it toward the man. William placed an envelope on the table and pushed it toward her. She opened the envelope, pulled out the check, glanced at it, and put it back into the envelope. She slid the envelope into her purse and smiled at William. "Please send my regards to your employer, and tell him I appreciate his business. I suppose if he isn't happy with the merchandise, I can't cash the check." William smirked. "That's the reason he keeps using you. You're a smart cookie." "Technically, he's using my services, not me. Prostitution is not my line of business." The man nodded. "Getting a prostitute is a lot cheaper than your services, Orla. Trust me, he values your services highly. As a matter of fact, he has a new assignment. If you pull this one off, you won't need to work again for the rest of your life." Orla felt the urge to sneer at the statement, but thought better of it, so she maintained a neutral expression. She could try for a poker face, but she would never be able to pull it off. Acting was not her strong suit, and she knew it. "You have no idea how much money I'd need to settle for the rest of my life. Don't speculate. Anyway, what's the job?" "It's a prepaid ransom." Orla arched an eyebrow. "Too good to be true." William shook his head and chuckled. "You should hear me out first." Orla nodded and absently gestured the man to continue. "A computer game designer was kidnapped from her New York apartment. The kidnapper used her to blackmail her best friend, a reputable journalist for some information. The journalist will be in London tomorrow. Your job is to secure the computer game designer at the deal settlement between the journalist and the kidnapper." Orla leaned back in her chair, narrowing her eyes at the man. "I told my boss you wouldn't take this assignment. You're a thief. Rescuing is not exactly your expertise." "I take your view on my expertise as a compliment, William. Indeed, stealing is what I do best. I can steal anything from anyone, if paid well enough. If I consider the computer game designer as a job, I can steal her from the kidnapper. If that qualifies as a rescue, and I save her life, so to speak, then I get to be a hero. That's an added benefit." The man put on a crooked smile. "Being a hero doesn't pay." "As I said, it's an added benefit. What's being exchanged for the ransom?" "That information is beyond your pay scale, I'm afraid." "A thief like me has standards. I won't kill, and I won't deal drugs." "I can guarantee you that. No drugs and no life endangerment." "Is that why you didn't want to do the job yourself? It's too boring for you, isn't it, William?" "You know, if you'd rein back your sarcasm a bit, you could be quite pleasant to talk to." "I don't get paid to be pleasant. How much?" $2 million. "That's not enough for me to retire on, as you claimed before." "That's the first installment." "Do the other installments come from other parts of the task?" "Of course. But you have to agree on the first part before we move on to the next. You don't have to do the other parts if you don't want to, but as for the first part, if you commit, you have to go through with it." "I have to think about this." William stood up. "You have 2 hours to make a decision. There are others willing to do this. But as I said, my boss values you highly. He wants to give you the first opportunity." He grabbed the merchandise, left some money on the table for the drink, and strode toward the entrance. Orla turned around and saw that Lurin was no longer at his table. Chapter 4. 3 hours later, Orla carried a bunch of shopping bags into her leased apartment. After accepting the job, she had shopped for new outfits and new gear. She changed her appearance for every job. Experience had taught her to be cautious of everything. Taking on a new identity was routine. She found Lurin leaning against the wall in front of her apartment. He raised a large pizza box and a bottle of her favorite Shiraz as if they were tickets to enter her apartment. "Perfect timing," Lurin said. Lurin Brody came from a privileged family. He had a college qualification. With his family's wealth, he didn't have to work, but he chose to work as an engineer for an IT firm so that he could stay in London and be around Orla. He could have any girl he wanted, but he chose her for reasons she didn't quite understand. Regardless of how long they had been together, she never got tired of looking at him. Long, lean, and well-toned body, dark hair, striking blue eyes, and a mouth that was made for kissing. She smiled at Lurin. She entered the apartment and left the door open. Lurin followed her inside. Orla pulled out the envelope and removed the stash of money she had cashed. As soon as she had accepted the new job, the client had allowed her to cash the check. Not that she thought he wouldn't be happy with the merchandise, but she could never tell. She had done a countless number of jobs over the years, but this client was the most mysterious. She didn't even know his name or the purpose of the items he asked her to acquire. The stolen item this time was an authentic 16th century antique. She split the money in half and gave half to Lurin without counting. "You know I don't care about the money, right?" Lurin jammed his hands into his pockets. "You worked for it, you get your share. Otherwise, I can't work with you for the next job." "You shouldn't have taken this new job. It's too good to be true, and it sounds fishy." Orla arched an eyebrow, wondering how Lurin knew. Lurin shrugged. He grabbed her purse and peeled off a tiny spy recorder he had placed on it before her meeting with William. "Is there a camera anywhere else?" she scowled. Lurin shook his head, looking sheepish. not only fishy, this job sounds dangerous, Orla. Can you please sit this one out? It could be dangerous, but it won't be any more dangerous than stealing the one and only White Knight's dagger out of a private collection in Paris, and we did that job easily, didn't we? She pointed at the stash of cash. This is not a joke, Orla. The dagger is only an object. Now you're talking about a person. God knows what he'll ask you to do for the next installment. The guy kidnapped someone in New York and will transport her all the way to London. You can't tell me he's a small-timer who picks pockets for a living. Lorcan, I accepted the job. You know I have to go through with it, with or without you. That's $2 million. I might save a life for $2 million. The next lot will be 3 times as much. That's $6 million. Orla, you don't need that money. I can take care of you. Of us. We can go back to Ireland and live the lives we want. Says who? Lorcan Brody? Yeah, right. Orla sneered and felt her words bubbling in her throat as she fought back tears. She did feel uneasy about the job, but the client had been good to her so far. This shouldn't be an exception. $2 million might mean nothing to you, but it means a lot to me. I need that money. No, you don't. The vase I broke yesterday cost $1 million. What? You don't deliver the job, you don't take the fee. How could that cost you $1 million? Volkov runs one of the most notorious underground dealer networks in Europe. He missed out on a deal with his client because I didn't deliver. It cost him money and he charged me for that. What the fuck? He's not someone to mess around with, Lorcan. I can pay him that money. I just have to take this new job. That lump sum payout for Volkov put a dent in my budget. Budget for what? She shrugged and didn't answer the question. It's only a couple of million. I don't want you to take the job. I can take care of the money. Listen to yourself, Lorcan. I don't want you to ask favors from your family. You can't take care of me. I take care of myself and my problems. I can't go back to Ireland empty-handed. I don't need my family's money to take care of us. Why do you think I've hung around you all these years working at that pathetic IT company? Orla waved her arms in the air. You just want to stay in London. You want to prove to your family that you can be independent from them, isn't it obvious? And you play no role in this? You have no part in my life and my decisions? What am I to you, Orla? Your fuck buddy? Orla slapped him hard across the face. Lorcan fell onto the coffee table, pushing the pizza onto the floor. Whatever you do, you still have a family to come back to. They love you. I don't even have a last name. Lorcan rubbed at his jaw. That's because you didn't want your last name. You can take mine. Be a Brody. She stared at him. I slap you and you propose to me. How romantic. Are you nuts? Get out. I said get out. Lorcan stormed out of the apartment, slamming the door behind him. Orla sat down. She felt like weeping, but she held on. She would give him 10 seconds to come back. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. There was still no Lorcan in her apartment. It was quiet except for the sound of the clock ticking on the wall. There was no sound of him clicking on his mouse or tapping on the keyboard. There was no reduced sound of all the games he watched on his computer while trying not to annoy her at the same time. There was none of his loud laughter. And there were certainly no gorgeous smiles or witty comments about the jokes she made about her clients. Without him, her existence didn't seem to count as much. What she was doing and about to do didn't seem to matter. She ran out of the apartment, down the corridor to the empty foyer and outside the building. But all she found was emptiness. Chapter 5. Lorcan stood in front of a small cottage outside Mortlake. It was just 20 minutes away from London, but the area already had a totally different feel to it. Lorcan was not much into cottages. Despite the fact that many people considered cottages to be full of character and cultural charms, Lorcan thought of them as enclosed spaces where people have lived and died. It didn't help his necrophobia. He couldn't handle dead things. Even the thought of them made him dizzy. Or maybe a few bottles and an empty stomach made him dizzy. He wasn't quite sure. But this cottage was different. It was his best friend Riley's place. It was a small cottage, but had a lively feel to it. He needed to crash right now. He wasn't much of a drinker. He didn't know why he would even go to that pub. Lorcan hesitated at the door, then thought better of it and turned around. Suddenly the door swung open, and there stood Riley with a beer in his hand. "Come on in, I don't bite." "What kind of an idiot drinks beer at 2 a.m.? Lorcan asked, glancing at the beer bottle. "The kind that would invite you to his home at this wee hour?" Riley chuckled. Lorcan shook his head and stepped up to the patio. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Now he felt really dizzy, and that, he was sure, was caused by the alcohol, not by his necrophobia. Riley grabbed at him. "Oh, geez, you reek of booze. You drove here in this condition? I think you might be the fecking idiot." "I told you not to buy this cottage. People died in old houses, dead bodies, corpses," Lorcan mumbled. "All right, come on in and check out if there were corpses in this house." Riley tried to help, but Lorcan pushed him away and reeled into the house. "Let me crash in your couch for a few hours. I'll be fine in the morning." "Look at yourself in the mirror. You're a mess. Since when did you turn into an alcoholic?" Lorcan flopped into the sofa. "I'm not. Just tonight. I didn't think. And yes, I'm an idiot. On all accounts." Lorcan grinned foolishly. Riley fetched a glass of water and gave it to him. "You guys fought again? Orla called earlier on." "What did she say?" "Nothing much. Asking about Noah and if you were here." Lorcan emptied his glass. "What's wrong with me?" Lorcan asked. "Where do I start?" Riley sneered. "That's why she doesn't love me?" "She said that." Lorcan shook his head. "Worse. She said nothing." "You've got to move on, Lorcan. You're 32, not 18. Grow up." "Orla is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I bought her the fucking ring. I'm going to ask her to marry me, And she said no. That's why you're here looking like shite." "I haven't asked her. I haven't asked her directly." "Is there an indirect way of doing it? You bought the bloody ring. How much more direct can it be?" "There are things she hasn't told me. I don't know what they are, but until we're clear on that, she's not going to give me a straight answer." Lorcan ruffled his hair. "I love her." Riley shook his head. "Love doesn't mean shit these days. I don't think she's good for you. I like Orla very much, but the way you two lurk around, you'll get nothing. You'll die old and lonely." Lorcan cocked an eyebrow. "Love doesn't mean shit? Why haven't you moved on? Michelle has been gone for 10 years. "She died giving birth to Noah. It's more than love. It's a lifetime responsibility. No, I'm not the best dad on the planet, but we have decent lives. Given where I came from, this is the best it's going to get for Noah and me. But you come from a prestigious family. You have the best education available to you. You can get any girl you want." "I think we'd best leave it right there, Riley." Riley shrugged. "I'm just saying, you don't have many friends who are willing to kick your ass for nothing." "Indeed, I don't. Listen, regarding what I said the other day, I'm serious about you taking Noah elsewhere for the medical attention he needs. If you worry about the money, I can..." "It's not the money. We've been through every test possible with the technology available to date. Even if the technology is not available to the public yet, you think my colleagues won't flex their muscles for me? We've done everything we could, and we found nothing." "Is it getting worse, though?" Riley nodded and sank into the sofa. "Early tonight, the pain was so bad that he threw up. He told me he was okay, but I knew it was unbearable. Sometimes I wish... I wish it were a brain tumor that he had. At least we'd know what we're dealing with. How can you say such a thing about your son? Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry. How could I be so thoughtless, sitting here nagging about my love affairs? Lorcan hopped off his sofa. Don't worry. He's asleep now. He'll be glad to see you tomorrow morning. Noah's scream from the bedroom sent the men surging to their feet and storming toward the bedroom wing. In his bedroom, Noah was on the floor, still clutching his blanket and screaming at the top of his lungs. His fair hair was clammy, his brown hair tangled and soaked in sweat, his eyes almost blank. He convulsed with the pain and vomited. Riley scooped Noah up from the floor and carried him back to the bed. He wrapped the blanket around him, held his son in his arms, and rocked. Noah stopped screaming, but he still shivered. Shh, good boy. You're okay. We're okay, Riley whispered and kept rocking. You have to take him to the hospital, Lorcan exclaimed. To do what? We've been through this before. I'm a doctor. Don't you think I know better? You think I wouldn't do it if it helped? Riley's eyes filled with rage. Noah's shiver subdued. His face gained some color and his eyes had returned to normal. He blinked and looked at Lorcan. Uncle Lorcan, please don't go away. I'm here. Lorcan climbed into bed, took Noah from Riley and held the boy in his arms. I'm not going anywhere. Now, if you're a good boy, you'll go back to sleep, okay? Don't go away. It's dangerous out there, Noah whispered, half asleep. Okay, I'll stay right here. They'll hurt you. I don't want you to get hurt, Noah said, and fell into a deep sleep. Lorcan frowned and looked at Riley. What was he talking about? Lorcan asked. That's what he's been saying over and over for the last 5 days. It's dangerous out there, but the part that you'll get hurt is new. I'm a computer geek. How can I get hurt? Be bitten by computer bugs? Killed playing computer games? You know what you're actually doing, Lorcan. You think I'm stupid. You don't take money from your family. I don't think your IT job can allow for your current lifestyle in London. Whatever it is that you're doing with Orla, I think you're wasting your life and your privilege. Don't start, Lorcan growled. I'm not starting anything. I just want you to stop your nonsense. As I said, I like Orla, but not enough to watch you waste away your life and your opportunities. You're like a brother to me. If she's going to support you, great. If not, move on, Lorcan. Riley turned on his heel and left the room. Chapter 6. It was a rare winter day when the sun came up bright and early. Riley answered a door knock and found Orla there with a small cage and a bag in her hands. I thought Noah would like this little friend. She raised the small cage with the kitten inside. Riley smiled and gestured an invitation for her to come in. They're still asleep. I'll give them another hour. What kind of cat is this? I don't know. The poor little soul lost his mother the night before. We could have taken care of him, but we travel a lot, as you know. I don't have the heart to bring him to a shelter. Orla glanced at the bedroom wing. Riley caught her look. He's in there with Noah. May I? She gestured toward the bedroom. Riley nodded. Orla made a beeline to Noah's bedroom. From the half-opened door, she saw Lorcan lying in bed, propped up in a pile of pillows, sleeping. Noah was snuggling next to him. Lorcan's hand still clung to a book that had nearly dropped to the floor. He'd make a good father, she thought. Then she shook the thought out of her head. She walked into the room and took the book from Lorcan's hand. She knew she wouldn't wake him. When Lorcan was asleep, he wouldn't wake even if she bulldozed the room. He looked so tired. She wanted to tuck away a loose strand of hair on his forehead. She wanted to give him the ritual morning kiss, but she thought better of it and let the thought pass. In the living room, Orla found Riley had let the cat out and was feeding it. Have you thought more about what I suggested regarding Noah's conditions? Orla asked. Not until last night. Orla narrowed her eyes. You didn't approve of my suggestion of letting him speak to a psychic before, but last night you just changed your mind on a whim? Well, Noah kept saying it's dangerous out there, and you suggested that he foresees something bad will happen to us. That didn't make sense because we're doing just fine except for his migraines. But early last night, Noah said Lorcan would come. Then Lorcan did come. Then in another episode in the middle of the night, Noah said someone would hurt Lorcan. The color drained from Orla's face. Someone or something would hurt him. She knew it. The hand that had grabbed her in the dungeon was no coincidence. Orla! Huh? Do you love him? Of course I love him. He's only 10 and he's been through so much. I only suggest what I think is best for him. I'm not talking about Noah. Orla waved her arms in frustration and let them flop at her side. She didn't have the answer to this question. Being together 12 years isn't enough for you to answer a simple question. Do you love him? Why are you pressing this? It's not your problem. He's like my brother. It is my problem. You should have seen him last night. And if what you said about Noah's psychic ability is true, then what he said about someone harming Lorcan could be true too. Whatever you're making him do, it's dangerous. It will harm him. I don't make him do anything he doesn't want to do, Orla snarled. He's obviously fallen hard for you, so if you don't love him, let him go. What are you implying? Do you love him? I... See? You can't even answer a simple question. I'm not implying anything, Orla. I'm saying this straight to your face. If you don't love him, then get out of his life. What gives you the right to say that to me? If you saw him last night, you wouldn't ask me that question. He was lucky he didn't crash and end up at the morgue after pouring that much booze down his throat. What sort of girlfriend would drive him to that after 12 years together, and after he bought you a fucking ring? He did what? Go and ask him yourself. Orla stared at Riley for a moment. Then she turned on her heel and stormed out of the house. At the same time, Lorcan called out from the bedroom. He charged into the living room. What happened? He asked Riley. I asked her to her face if she's serious about you. Shit. Lorcan darted toward the door. Then he stepped backward inside the house. What did she say? Nothing. Lorcan stormed away. Riley shook his head and went to Noah's bedroom. Chapter 7. Orla stared at her empty apartment. Lorcan loved her. Not that she hadn't already known that, but he had committed himself. He bought her the ring, and that had triggered the white curse. Orla felt like crying, but it wouldn't help. She wasn't the crying type. The white curse was designed to protect her. She remembered vividly the voice of her distant aunt. When someone loved her, the love would trigger the black curse to kill her. Thus, to protect her, the white curse would harm whoever had loved her. What she'd seen in the dungeon was a sign of the black curse. Everything came back as if it were just yesterday. The fear, the escape, the darkness. All the things she had chosen to exclude from her life were now clawing their way back in. But she might be overreacting. The curses might be just a myth. A psychological game her family had played on her. A joke by fate. She had dated before Lorcan. Men had sworn love and devotion to her several times. None of them had died. She had been well, and her life had worked out smoothly as planned. She couldn't explain what happened in the dungeon. It might be just her, the black curse her family had placed on her. If that was the case, then Lorcan should be fine. Orla. Orla was startled and cursed. She turned around and found Lorcan at the door. He entered the apartment and raised his arms, making peace. Can we talk? He asked. Orla nodded. Let's forget what was said. I'm sorry it made you feel uneasy. Let's pretend I didn't ask anything and you didn't have to answer anything. Would you do that? Would you do that for me? Tears rolled down her face. She wasn't sure it was going to work that way, but it might help. Lorcan nodded. We had an agreement. You'd never say the L word to me, remember? Why did you do that? I didn't do anything, Orla. I didn't say it, although I totally don't understand why I shouldn't have. You didn't say it, but you did it. You bought the ring. Lorcan winced, but he nodded. I'll return it. Will that work? I'll throw it into the river, or I'll give it to Edward the cat. He approached, tugging at her arms. Not Edward. All right, not Edward. I'll take it back, whatever it is. Will you forgive me? She pulled him into her arms and nuzzled into his chest. I want a deal, Lorcan said. Orla arched an eyebrow and stepped away from Lorcan. I want in. If you're taking this job with William Turk, I have to help you. Orla shook her head. Then she looked at Lorcan's stubborn face. She sighed and nodded. He approached and pulled her into his arms. They held on to each other for a long moment. Orla had been following Meline for hours. Meline Rue was the journalist from New York who had traveled to London to rescue her best friend, Joe, a computer game designer. The kidnapper was Zen. What a stupid name for a kidnapper, Orla thought. Meline was hard to miss. A tall, attractive brunette with big brown eyes and a dimple on her left cheek. The picture her client had given of Meline didn't do the woman any justice. Any man who didn't want to jump Meline would have serious problems with their masculinity, Orla mused. She'd watched Meline spend hours at an internet cafe. Orla sauntered into the cafe, walked past Meline, and stuck a spy recorder on Madeline's backpack unnoticed. Orla was as fast as a thief. Later, outside the cafe, Orla pulled out her phone and called Lorcan. She's heading towards Knightsbridge. Ouch, it's going to cost her. She must love her friend very much. Can you get any audio on her yet? On the other end of the line, Lorcan chuckled. Until she speaks, I can't check the audio. It was peak hour. Orla pulled down a zipper on her tailored overcoat and peeled back the black layer to reveal a red underlayer. Then she shoved her way through the sea of people and approached Meline. Excuse me, I'm looking for Pine Street. Sorry, I'm not local. I can't help you. Meline smiled, then put her head down and kept walking. Orla almost swooned at her sexy voice. After Meline turned the corner, Orla spoke into the phone. Did you hear that? Yes, loud and clear. You could have been a bit more subtle. Yeah, right. Orla rolled her eyes. What a voice she has. You should see the woman in the flesh. Lorcan laughed. If Meline is that attractive, shouldn't you be worried rather than enticing me to see her in the flesh? I'm worried for other men, but not you. You're mine. Oh, shit. Lorcan cursed at the other end of the line. What's up? She must have thrown the bag down, broke my eardrums. Why don't you get back home and we can both listen? Orla smiled. Right away. I'm picking up dinner on the way. As soon as she turned around, she saw a shadow of someone she didn't care for. A shadow from her past. She paused and looked back, but the shadow had disappeared. She shook her head. She must have imagined it. Chapter 8. Orla woke in her bed, feeling the warmth of Lorcan's body seeping through her skin. All 6'1" of him wrapped around her body like a blanket. She loved the way their bodies fit together. She shifted and kissed his sleepy face. Lorcan. Darling. Sleepyhead. Don't you have to go to work today? She rubbed her face against his chest, traced her hand along the lean line of his body, and found one part of him awake. She chuckled, kissed him again, and rolled on top of him. He shifted underneath her so that she could straddle him comfortably. His hands grazed at her hips. His fingers started tracing her sensitized skin. He knew where she liked his hands and how much pressure she wanted. He knew every curve, dip, and tone of her body. She groaned. The spy device Orla had fastened to Madeline's backpack transmitted the signals. The sound of Madeline's voice came from Lorcan's computer. "Hello, my name is Madeline Rue. I'm a journalist from—" Madeline stopped talking as it appeared that she was interrupted from the person on the other end of the phone. "I understand that LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals is a private company. All I'm asking for is the information that your PR department can publicize. I don't have that much time. Look, I'll make it a formal—" The conversation didn't seem to go anywhere. Madeline ended the phone call and muttered, "4 weeks, my ass." Lorcan was already up and out of bed. He made 2 cups of coffee and gave one to Orla. She wouldn't get out of bed until she'd had her coffee. That was her morning ritual. "I still think you should have passed on this job, Orla." "We've had this conversation," Orla grumbled. "Do you know who the LeBlancs are?" "Yes, the richest and most mysterious family on Earth. What's your point?" Orla sipped her coffee. "I know your client said we don't have to deal with the kidnap and ransom, but we practically have to kidnap Jo from her kidnapper. That's worse. You haven't done this kind of job before. It's bad enough that we don't know Zen and what he's capable of, but when it comes to the LeBlancs, nobody knows anything." "Rumor has it they can make gold. That's why they're so rich," Orla chuckled. "Yes, also the head of the family, Kieran LeBlanc, he can make gold from his spit." "Ew," Orla pulled a face. "Seriously, Orla, the LeBlancs are powerful. They might be into human trafficking, drugs, or whatever. They're so powerful that they can buy out the media." "How do you know they bought out the media?" "There's not a whiff of info about them in the media or on the internet. What kind of money can buy that degree of silence? Even the US's top secrets have been leaked. Have you ever seen a picture of any of the LeBlanc family members?" Orla rolled her eyes. "Yeah, I think I saw a picture of the younger brother. Was that Tague LeBlanc? The picture was snapped when he was traveling to Australia, I think. The LeBlancs don't blend well. Very tall, gorgeous dark hair, very fair skin, and striking eyes." Lorcan narrowed his eyes. "I get the picture. You don't need to elaborate. If the kidnap and ransom has anything to do with them, it can't be good. And, before you say it, 2 million or even 6 million is not worth the risk. I'm serious." They heard a signal from Madeline's phone. Her voice came across. "If you let me talk to Jo, we could figure something out." "You want to talk to her? Okay," a male voice said. Silence. Static came through the recording device. Lorcan said, "I think he's switching on a video call. We are now capturing both voices through her speakers." "The guy must be Zen," Orla said. Lorcan nodded and gestured for silence. "Do you see her now? Talk away. You girls can figure things out, right?" "You hurt her, you bastard. You told me you wouldn't hurt her if I found your stupid avatar," Madeline roared. "But you found nothing!" the man screamed. He didn't hurt me, Madeline. I tried to run and fell down the stairs. Should have taken my stupid heels off." Jo's voice sounded weak. "You sure you're okay?" Madeline said. I'm fine. You take care of yourself, Madeline." "I can't get the blue dots to work, Jo. Can you tell me what the game is about? What I'm looking for?" Jo was about to say something, but it sounded as if she was yanked off the phone. The man spoke.
"All you have to do is find out who plays with Jo using the name White Knight. You've seen the game and the player. You should be able to tell who the guy is in real life. I told you he works for the LeBlancs and has been playing from that building. You don't have to go in. Just wait him out."
Do you understand that LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals is a global company that employs millions of people?
But I gave you the precise location.
I told you it's like a military barrack. I used my journalist credentials to ask for an interview with their PR department.
And
The waiting list is a month.
I don't have a month. I give you 3 days.
It's not possible.
I don't give a shit. If I don't get this done in time, I'll be dead. But I'm not going down alone. I can guarantee you that. I'll send you more info as soon as I have it. But 3 days is all the time you've got.
The man hung up. They heard Meline sob. Lorcan sipped his coffee and said nothing. Orla knew he was reconsidering what he had said before. She got off the bed to get dressed and leave him time to think. When she came back to the bedroom, Lorcan had a grin on his face. She winked at him. "Got something to tell me?" she asked. "I think I'll lend Meline a helping hand." Orla laughed. "I knew you couldn't help yourself when it came to the LeBlanc's computing system." "Meline seems to be a good person, coming all this way to save her friend. I just want to help." Orla rolled her eyes. "Uh-huh. Okay. Plus, hacking the LeBlanc system is every computer nerd's wildest dream." "So you're no longer worried about them trafficking humans or dealing drugs?" "It's obvious that this deal was about computer games and technology. So, I'm interested. It's impossible to hack the LeBlanc system, but if Meline could get inside their headquarters physically, that would be something. The LeBlanc's residential addresses are unknown. There's no information about them anywhere. Their headquarters are guarded like military barracks." "Why would you want to hack the LeBlanc system? Wouldn't it be more challenging to stalk MI5, MI6, the Pentagon, or the FBI? "It would be more challenging, but hacking a government-related agency will only give me more information about what I don't want to know. Scandal, propaganda, politics, wars, you name it. You could take what you see in the movies or on TV, multiply that by 10, and you'd get what's in the government databases. Sometimes, I don't know which one is real and which one is fantasy. No need to hack for that kind of info. But the LeBlancs... Lorcan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "They're aliens?" Lorcan laughed. "Maybe. They could be vampires, witches, sorcerers, werewolves." "Don't mention those supernatural creatures." Lorcan raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were into the paranormal. You read those books." "Books are fantasy. The LeBlancs are real. Let's not joke about it, okay?" Lorcan nodded. "How about aliens? Am I allowed to mention aliens?" Orla threw a cushion at Lorcan. "Get to work if you want to help Meline from the goodness of your heart." Lorcan chuckled and turned to his computer. "I'll just let Meline know where she may be able to find the LeBlancs," he muttered. "You said that information wasn't available." Lorcan nodded. "Not available to ordinary people." He winked. "I'm no ordinary hacker. You should know that." "What? You can hack their system? You know where they live?" Lorcan grinned. "No, I don't know where they live, and I can't hack their system. But I can certainly hack the logistics control system of their guards and assistants. All of the mundane activities and movements of their minions in the company that nobody pays attention to. Then I can deduce from there." Orla grinned widely. "You're a smart boy." Chapter 9. Early morning in Hyde Park, the fog was as thick as clouds. Orla sat on a bench with her monocular. Her phone was on hands-free. She glanced at the park to locate Meline. She had a notebook on her lap. What am I supposed to watch for again? Birds. Look up into the trees, find a bird, and pretend to take notes. Don't point your monocular at people or you'll get arrested. Lorcan's voice came out from the other end of the line. Okay, all right, I know. How do you know this will lead to something? You see Meline? Yes, she's running. She's a real runner, though, not a pretend bird watcher like me. She runs around her block every day. I can't believe she took our hint and changed her routine to run here today. She searched for a chance to get to the executives of the LeBlancs for days without any hope. We gave her Hyde Park. What would you do if you were her? I'd jump on the chance and check it out. But still, I'll bet you anything this is the location for Lindsay Freeman, Kieran LeBlanc's right-hand man. He's practically the public face of the company. Of course he would travel in limos and live at places like One Hyde Park. You can't get Kieran himself with just the travel log, regardless how good of a data thief you are. Is that a challenge? Want to bet? All right, bet on what? Well, we missed one of our rituals yesterday morning. If I get this right, I'd like to double our activities tonight. Lorcan, can't you think of anything other than sex? Well, men are pigs. But you like bacon, don't you? Oh my God. What? In the scope of Orla's monocular, a man came out from the fog like a warrior. It was Kieran LeBlanc. He was tall, at least 6'3". Slender build, well-toned muscles, fair English skin, long black hair that almost touched his shoulders. He had a strong face and dark, intense, smoky gray eyes. God must have been in a very good mood when he created that face. He looked like a dark angel, a god's warrior, or maybe a wolf from heaven. Were there wolves in heaven? Orla mused. Orla, Lorcan's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Orla? He repeated. Huh? What happened? I think I just saw Kieran LeBlanc. In the apartment, Orla stared at the computer and smiled. Lorcan narrowed his eyes. You've got that smile on your face. What smile? You smile for 2 reasons, lust and money. Given that we've just satisfied the first one, I'm guessing you're using your money smile. Unless you've turned into a rabbit and want to go for another round? Orla chuckled. Don't worry, I don't want to wear you out. The money just came in. What money? I told the client that we located Kieran LeBlanc. He deposited 20% of the money into our bank account. Orla grinned. Lorcan shrugged as if he didn't care. Madeline's voice came from the speaker again. She had called Zen, and it sounded like Zen had switched on the video phone.
Miss me?
Oozed Zen's sleazy voice. You don't have to sniff around my workplace and freak out other people. I said I'd get the information for you, and I will. Madeline fumed.
I didn't snoop anywhere. Who else knows about this?
Orla gasped. Madeline paused, then she continued. Oh, no, I'm just annoyed. I have a few unkind readers sending nasty notes to my paper, that's all.
You know, if you kept poking your nose into other people's business, you'll end up with something as big as a bomb. Or as little as a bullet. They're both lethal, though. What have you got for me?
Zen asked. Not much yet. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. So, White Knight is a fictional character in a game, an avatar? The person behind White Knight only created this character? Or did he or she take on the role in the game?
Jesus Christ! Don't you know anything about games?
No, not really. I don't even know exactly how to get the information. If I get inside the LeBlanc's premises, do you want me to just go around asking who plays White Knight? Lorcan chuckled and whispered into Orla's ear. She's stalling. Zen sounded as if he was struggling to stay calm.
No, don't ask directly and don't alarm anyone. All you have to do is tell them that one computer on their premises was used to play a hologame. Make it up as you go. Say the game was illegal or whatever. Then, when you have the info about the person who used the computer, let me know. Don't say anything about White Knight at this stage. If it turns out to be many people, we'll narrow the list down later. But I need the real names of those who played. Got it?
Orla asked, Do you know what a hologame is? Lorcan nodded.
When will I see results?
Zen asked. Oh, come on, you only gave me Hyde Park. That's a residential address, not the business headquarters. How am I supposed to? Meline said.
What? I didn't give you the address. I didn't know the address. Who tipped you? Who else knows about this?
Zen asked. Shit, Orla exclaimed. Fuck, she thought Zen gave her the note, Lorcan mumbled.
What happened? You better fucking tell me,
Zen yelled. I was... Meline stuttered.
Tell me!
Zen's demonic voice sounded as if it would rip open the speakers. I was doing some research. Madeline's voice was shaky. Orla yanked at her hair. Lorcan pulled out his pack of cigarettes. His hands shook slightly.
Don't you fucking lie to me again,
Zen demanded. I've got it. I've got the access, Meline begged. There were struggling noises, doors slamming and footsteps.
You know why she doesn't scream? Because nobody can hear her from down here. No one can save her but you,
Zen said. He must have put Joe on the screen, Orla said. Lorcan kept smoking and said nothing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not lying to you about anything. Please, don't hurt her. Yes, I've done some research, and I got some information about a possible place of residence for the LeBlancs. I might be able to get an interview tonight with my journalist credentials, but that's all I have, Meline cried. There was the sound of fabric being torn. Joe cried. Orla didn't realize that tears were rolling down her face. Meline shouted, Please, don't hurt her. I'll do whatever I can tonight to get you the information. I'll get you the list. No one else knows about this, I swear. More sounds of struggling. Joe's cry was terrifying. It was the sound of pain, grief, and rape. Lorcan grabbed at Orla, holding her as her body shook. Meline screamed into the phone. Please, don't do that. I will get you the list.
Then you'd better keep your promise. I'll call you tomorrow morning,
Zen said and turned off the phone. It's my fault. I shouldn't have pushed this. I shouldn't have asked you to do this. I shouldn't have slid the note under her door, Orla cried. Shh. Lorcan hushed her and held her until her emotion subsided. Meline needed that information. It's the only way she can save Joe. It's not our fault, Orla. You see, she got an appointment with Kieran LeBlanc. Without our Hyde Park hint, she would never have gotten that far, Lorcan said. A couple of hours later, Lorcan finished putting together some listening devices. We need to hear Madeline's conversation with Kieran tonight, Lorcan said. More listening in, more interference. We got Joe tortured, Lorcan. Orla's eyes welled up again. We don't know that. You want to watch the video footage as well? That's not helpful, Orla. We can't take back what happened. The more information we can find, the more we can help Meline and get Joe back safely. I'm not even sure I'd give her to the client now, Orla sobbed. Let's think about this later. Right now, we need more ears on Meline. I don't think we'll get to listening in tonight. The recorder is in her light backpack. No girl is taking a backpack to a dinner date. Dinner date? Well, I told you that you should see Meline in the flesh. I know Kieran LeBlanc is a big fish, but he's also a normal man, at least by my gauge. If Meline were a 50-year-old reporter with 4 kids, I'd wager he'd give her an appointment in his office during office hours. But she's a hot cookie, so of course it's a dinner date. Lorcan shrugged. Well then, I'll take this chance to head into the company to grab some equipment. I'll be as quick as possible. Do you need anything while I'm out? Orla hesitated. A gun? Orla! We might need it. No, of course not. But if we do need a gun, can you arrange it? Lorcan gave Orla a blank stare. I guess not. You've never had to do anything like this in your life. I'm just pulling your leg. Orla smiled. Orla, Lorcan warned. Okay, all right. I won't mention it again and won't do anything silly. Happy now? Lorcan approached. He cupped her face in his hands. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. I hate to break my promises. So while we're at it, can you promise to help me out by taking care of yourself? Orla nodded. Lorcan kissed her long and deep. Then he left the apartment. Chapter 10. Orla was stacking away her work files and doing some research on her computer when someone knocked on the door. She narrowed her eyes. Had Lorcan forgotten his keys? Not possible. She peeked behind the curtain to look outside. A stunning woman in an elegant deep red suit, exquisite scarf, and ridiculously beautiful heels was waiting at the door. She didn't look threatening, but Orla grabbed her pepper spray and slid it into her pocket before opening the door. Yes? Orla said. I'm looking for Lorcan Brody. The woman spoke in a half-American, half-Australian accent with a very slight hint of Spanish. Orla arched an eyebrow. This was her apartment. No one knew Lorcan stayed here with her. He still rented his apartment. Who are you? Maya Portman. I don't recognize your name. Maya smiled. Lorcan doesn't know me. I'm not a secret admirer, if that's what you're worried about. Orla stepped forward and stared into the woman's eyes. Big, dark brown eyes with a gold rim around the irises. She knew those eyes. You didn't say I don't know you. You're looking for Lorcan in my apartment? No one knows he's here. Who are you? A gracious smile crossed Maya's face. You will not like me. I wouldn't have come if it wasn't urgent. Whatever you asked Lorcan to do, don't. It will kill him. I can help, but only to a certain extent. Maya nodded a goodbye and turned on her heel. Hey! Orla grabbed Maya's elbow. As she did so, a wave of energy shot through Orla, sending her backward. I did say you wouldn't like me. If you care for Lorcan, and I know you do, pack up and go back to Ireland. Orla waved her arms in the air. Is this some kind of practical joke? I didn't make him do anything. Hell, I kicked him out of my apartment the other night. Did you? Not the kicking, but the intention? Maya cocked an eyebrow in challenge. You have no intention of letting him go, Maya smirked. What do you mean? Orla shrieked out the words. I know your kind. The follies. You don't let go of anything or anyone. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken her last name. Orla felt as if she was going to implode. She wouldn't allow that. Get out, Orla growled. I'm not in your apartment. Maya stood still at the door frame and stared in challenge. Your kind doesn't know what love is. You're lucky I'm not in charge of your case. Otherwise, I'd swear in the name of Ishtar I'd destroy you and all your generations. Orla charged back into her apartment and grabbed the knife from the fruit plate on the coffee table. Get out of here! Get out of my life! She pointed the knife at Maya. I come and go as I please. There is nothing you can do to me. Don't underestimate me. Oh no, I'd never underestimate your family. She fixed her scarf and continued. If by any chance you actually love Lorcan, let him go. I'm not keeping him here. He chooses to stay with me. Maya sneered. Naturally. Orla squealed and charged at Maya. Lorcan exited the elevator just then and saw Orla. He darted towards her and grabbed the hand holding the knife. Easy, easy, Orla. He turned toward Maya and said, Go. Be careful, Lorcan, Maya said. Orla screamed. Get out, bitch! I'll kill you! She tried to break free of Lorcan to charge at Maya. I'm Maya Portman. I'm here to protect you, Maya said to Lorcan. Are you nuts? Go! She's stronger than you think, Lorcan shouted, trying to hang on to Orla. Maya turned on her heel and left. Lorcan pushed Orla into the apartment, kicking the door closed behind them and holding Orla until she stopped screaming. The strong smell of jasmine filled the air in the room. Orla charged toward the bathroom and was violently ill. Lorcan waited patiently in the living room. When Orla had finished in the bathroom, he handed her a mug of hot tea. When she finished, he pulled her into his arms and cradled her on the sofa. She snuggled into his side for a while. Can you tell me what was going on between you and that woman? I want you off this job, Lorcan. I'll do it myself. Orla. Images of the room became blurry in front of her. Damn it, Lorcan. What's in the tea? Something Riley gave me. I'm sure it has no side effects. And then Lorcan was saying something else, but Orla no longer heard him. Chapter 11. In the morning, Orla surfaced. She stirred and muffled into his chest, asking for coffee. He obliged, then sat on a chair waiting for the caffeine to jolt her system. You were wrong about the dinner date, Lorcan said. Huh? Meline took her backpack with her. We got her conversation with Kieran LeBlanc along with some interesting activities. Orla's eyebrows arched up and the memory came back to her. You drugged me. Drugged is a strong word. I only meant to soothe your nerves. You took it like a drug because you've been overtaxing your system. You drugged me, she repeated and whacked him with a pillow. Lorcan raised his arms up. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. But you missed out on quite a bit while you were asleep. What? You were wrong about the dinner date, Lorcan repeated. Meline took her backpack with her, and I heard the whole conversation she had with Kieran. The bottom line is that Meline lied about her reason for looking for White Knight as per Zen's instruction. She said someone in the LeBlanc's headquarters had used the company's computer to hack Joe's game. That alarmed Kieran enough to take her to their headquarters and scan their entire system. It turned out that no one had used the computer within the LeBlanc's headquarters to play any game. So Meline came home empty-handed last night. Or this morning, at 2 a.m. to be precise. They did all that while I slept? Yep, the recording is backed up to the computer. You can listen to it if you want. No point, though, as there is no White Knight in LeBlanc's pharmaceuticals. Lorcan continued. We'll wait and see what she does this morning. Zen will check in soon, but before we deal with that, can I ask about what happened when I was out yesterday? Who was that woman? Why did you want to kill her? Orla took a tentative sip of her coffee and looked at Lorcan. I want you out of this job. The sound of Madeline's phone ringing made Lorcan bolt the computer. Orla and Lorcan hunched over the speaker as if they could give Meline extra help by doing so. Meline let the phone ring 10 times before she picked up.
What's with the new phone number?
Zen asked. Dropped and broke the other one. Put the video on. I want to see Joe.
I expect some good news, Maddie,
Zen demanded, dragging out his pronunciation of Madeline's name. There was a wall of silence. Samuel Kandinsky. That's the name. Lorcan arched an eyebrow. He typed on his laptop and turned the monitor toward Orla. The Google search results showed a series of Kandinsky's paintings. Then he did another search and pulled out pictures from a real estate rental website showing Madeline's apartment. He pointed at a picture. On the wall of Madeline's apartment was a Kandinsky painting.
Give me his contact details,
Zen demanded. That wasn't the deal, Zen. The name is all I've got. Getting that name out of the LeBlanc headquarters was hard enough. I've seen the guy so I can lure him out as we agreed, but he didn't exactly hand me his CV and personal information.
You were inside the LeBlanc's headquarters?
Impressive, isn't it? I spoke to Kieran LeBlanc myself. I'm sure Samuel is your guy. He's probably out of a job by now. So, do you want me to talk to the guy, or do you want to do it yourself?
No, I'll take care of it.
When will you let Joe go? because as far as I'm concerned, my task is finished.
No, there's a step 2, remember?
The last one?
Yes, sure. And this one's easy. An alchemist named John Dee died in the 1500s and is buried in Mortlake. Go there and get me an artifact that was buried with him. It's only an hour or so outside of London. Piece of cake. The guy died a long time ago. No one will pay any attention to what you're doing.
A long pause. Say again? Meline asked. Zen huffed out a breath.
John Dee was...
I heard you. You want me to dig up the grave of some dead alchemist?
Well, it's not exactly Tomb Raider or anything like that. You only need a shovel.
Why don't you do it yourself?
I could, but it wouldn't be very efficient. I have to get Joe there, to London, and negotiate with White Knight. Once he agrees, then the artifact has to be available for him. You see, I can't be in 2 places at the same time.
Alchemists were those who squeezed gold out of steel, right? If you're after gold, wouldn't it be easier to just rob a bank or a jewelry store?
Just like many other ordinary people, you're very short-sighted, Maddie. Get me the artifact, and then we'll talk. I might even give you some gold dust if I'm feeling generous.
Yeah, right. What's the artifact, and when will you need it?
You'll know when you see it. I don't know exactly what it is. It has to be something of importance to John Dee. I'll need it within 24 hours. No, I'm not kidding. We'll be there in 24 hours. I need you to get the artifact and locate White Knight for me.
A short pause.
The timing is very critical. If you mess this up, I'll have no mercy for you and your little friend here.
Jo can't travel long distances without her meds. If you paid any attention at all and stopped drugging her, she'd tell you that she's diabetic and is probably overdue for her doses right now.
All right, I'll get her the meds. Do you know where she gets them?
Ask her yourself. If memory serves, it's somewhere in Midtown between Park and Madison. I can dig up an old grave. I'm sure the dead won't mind. I can dig a new one for you, too, and I would bury you with pleasure.
See you soon,
Zen grumbled and hung up. Orla shook her head. She lied to a monster. Trouble. She lied last night to Kieran. It was a white lie. What choice did she have? Lorcan glared at her. So it's okay to lie? Is that what you're saying? The sound of Madeline's sniffing came over the speaker. Meline was making a call. Orla and Lorcan listened. This time they couldn't hear the dialogue from the other end of the line. You're sleeping at this hour, Stephen? Meline said. London. Listen, I need your help. A pause. Really, Stephen? You don't even want to know what I'm asking you to do? Another hesitation as she listened. You know Zen, Joe's boss, right? This sounds weird, but it's serious, so please bear with me. Zen kidnapped Joe because of some interactive role-play game Joe developed. He wanted me to be in London to find the guy who played a character in Joe's game. Zen has beaten Joe and has threatened to rape her if I can't find the guy in London. Long pause. Stephen, I'm telling you now. Perfect. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks so much. I should have called you earlier. No, not exactly. So if Zen comes here to see me, I'll be in trouble. The recording finished. Lorcan turned the speaker off. Now, you were saying you want me off this job? Orla nodded. Well, it's obvious Meline was taking the case to the next level, bluffing the criminal and all of that jazz. She also called for help from Stephen, whoever that was. I assume everything will fall into place for her. But if you want to see this case through, you still have to see if Stephen can help. Orla nodded. Can you set up the listening device? Lorcan stepped aside and gestured at the computer. Orla stared at him. You know damn well I can't handle your technology. I will do it the old-fashioned way. Uh-huh, right. So you'll be stalking Meline physically and might end up facing Zen when he comes to London. Which is fine. You're a good fighter. Now, I'm not in the case, but I'll have to follow you around because you're my girlfriend and I don't want you to get hurt. Does that sound reasonable?
Lorcan!
I won't get involved at all. If Meline falls dead in front of me, I won't move a muscle. I just want to keep an eye on you.
Lorcan!
She slapped at his chest. Is that a yes?
No, that's a no. You're going nowhere with me.
Okay, how about we meet halfway? It seems that Meline might be able to handle the case herself. Kieran seems like a decent guy, so he might help her. The conversation they had last night suggested that Kieran won't be in the country today. So how about we follow Meline today to make sure she's okay? When she gets back to Kieran, I'll let you decide what you want to do next. I won't get in your way. Orla cursed on the inside. When Lorcan talked logic, she lost most of the time. She would have to find another opportunity to drop him out of this job. Come on. Lorcan tugged at her arms. Orla nodded. All right. She's going to Mortlake now. We'd better get moving. How do you know? Orla shrugged. Just a hunch. She went to the bedroom to get her handbag. Lorcan went to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. He sniffed around. There was a strange smell in the kitchen. Jasmine. Jasmine was supposed to be a pleasant scent, but this was not. Then the smell vanished. Lorcan looked at the coffee machine. He'd bought some caramel-flavored coffee the week before. It might be causing the smell. He pulled out the bin on the coffee machine and emptied it. When he slid it back in, a sharp lever cut his fingers. He swore and sucked at the blood drop forming on the cut. He rubbed his hand on the sharp lever, making a mental note that he had to fix it before it cut Orla. Then he returned to the living room and gave it no further thought. Chapter 12. Riley packed up the sandwich and put it into Noah's lunchbox. He had made his son a tuna and cucumber sandwich today, Noah's favorite. More importantly, it was Michelle's favorite too. Riley shook his head to force the memory out of his mind. The pain was raw as if it had happened yesterday. They had shoved Noah into his arms and declared his wife dead. It sounded cruel to lay people, but in his medical discipline, he saw it every day. It was his job to deal with life and death matters, the well-being of others. But when it came to his family, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't help Michelle then, and he couldn't help Noah now. He wondered sometimes what use his medical skills and knowledge were. He missed her so much it hurt. Riley looked at the picture of Michelle and him smiling at a picnic. He didn't realize a tear had rolled down his face. He felt a tug at the hem of his trousers. He looked down and saw the kitten blinking its bright green eyes at him. Crouching down, he said, "The tuna sandwich is for Noah. You'll have your cat food." He saw the excitement drain from the cat's face. He picked it up and put it on the kitchen bench. "Lorcan told me you dislike the name Edward. I think he made it up, but—" Riley trailed off when he saw the cat's ears droop. "I like Edward for a cat." Then the cat's eyes drooped. Riley shifted uncomfortably. "Okay, I won't call you Edward." The cat's ears stood back up. Riley narrowed his eyes at the cat. "Don't you start speaking, 'cause if you do, I'm going to freak out." He swore on his dead wife he saw the cat grin at him, but he let the thought pass because it started to weird him out. Someone knocked on the door. Riley answered and found a woman in her 50s with white hair and a kind face looking at him with a gentle smile and mysterious eyes. "Riley Perkins?" "Yes. Do I know you?" "No, but I do know you. Orla sent me." Riley frowned. "For what?" "For Noah." "Oh, you're the psychic. Right. May I come in?" "Listen, I'm not quite sure about that. we're on our way out. I need to take Noah to school and we're running late. Can we do this some other time?
May I come in?
The woman insisted. No. I mean, yes, sure, come on in. But Noah just ran to the corner store to get some milk. We'll be on the road soon. I have already said that, haven't I? Riley mumbled and followed the woman inside the house as if he were the guest.
She liked tuna and cucumber sandwiches, didn't she?
The woman smiled again. Excuse me?
Your wife, Michelle, she told me she liked the sandwiches. She knows you didn't, but you pretended that you liked them just to please her.
Oh, no, don't play that trick on me, lady. I think you'd better leave now. I'm not a believer. The woman smiled. She approached Riley. He staggered back.
She said she misses you. She misses the times you took her to the Lake Districts. She visits your secret spot all the time. But you haven't been there for a while. The 3 stones are still there, carved with your initials and buried under the oak tree. Do you remember that?
Riley leaned against the wall, grabbing his pounding head. He felt like it was going to explode in a moment. Then he heard Michelle's soothing voice.
You haven't been there for a while, Riley. I miss you.
Riley looked up to see his wife standing in the middle of the room in her favorite summer dress, smiling at him. Michelle! He darted toward her and reached his hand out. She withdrew.
I am not real, Riley. You can't touch me. I'm just here for a short time to tell you that I miss you, and I'm thankful that you take such good care of Noah.
I'm not exactly doing a good job at it.
You're a good father. Noah is very special. Listen to Orla. Listen to your son. Be open-minded, Riley.
I miss you so much, Michelle. Please don't leave me again.
I miss you too, but I don't have a choice. I have to leave now.
Riley grabbed at his wife's image, but she dissolved into thin air. His world spun out of orbit. The ground below him caved in. The walls whirled, distorted, and blurred out of their frames. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed. Chapter 13. From the ceiling, Riley saw his body lying on the floor unconscious. Am I dead? He thought. Did I just have a heart attack? He couldn't control his body, but his mind was crystal clear. Then he realized he was outside his body. At the moment, he was his conscious mind. What just happened? He landed on the floor, walking around and looking at his own lifeless body. He looked decent, he thought. Long, lean body, very fit, and perfectly healthy at 32 years of age. If he died now, who would take care of Noah? He saw Noah walk up to the patio and push at the door, finding it locked. He was confused. He pushed at the door again. Then he peeked through the window and saw Riley's body on the floor. Noah became panicked. He pushed at the door again and instantly knew that it wouldn't work. He called for the cat. Then the cat, sitting in the corner watching everything, used its teeth to pull the bunch of keys out of Riley's pocket and toss them through the cat door Riley had just made for him last night. Noah stormed into the house. He inhaled deeply. That was a sign of him trying to stay calm. Calm and collected, he checked for Riley's pulse. Damn it, Riley cursed to himself as he couldn't even check his own pulse. But he was proud of his son. Noah was doing everything right at the moment. Noah wasn't crying, so Riley wagered he wasn't dead. He shook Riley's shoulders. Dad! He shook again.
Dad, you're scaring me.
Noah's breaths caught. He was going to cry. He was going to lose it. Riley had to help his son. Noah grabbed the phone. His hands shook. Tears rolled down his face, but he wiped them off. Riley concentrated and tried to reach out to his son. Noah. Riley used his mind to speak. Noah. he called again. Noah stopped dialing the phone. Riley couldn't believe what was happening. He continued, "Noah, is my pulse okay?" Noah panned around the room, then nodded. Noah could hear him. Riley felt delirious. He continued, "That means I'm going to be okay. I'm just a little out of myself at the moment. If you can hear me clearly, nod." Noah nodded. "All right. Don't panic. Just call Uncle Lorcan." Noah called Lorcan. 10 minutes later, Lorcan and Orla stormed into the house. "Jesus Christ, call the ambulance!" Lorcan exclaimed.
"No,"
Noah said.
"Dad said he'll come around soon."
"What? When did he say that? He might have had a stroke, Noah. How long has he been out?"
"I went to the store, so it might be around 10 minutes. Since I called you, it's been another 10.
Noah said calmly. "I'm calling an ambulance."
"Dad wouldn't be happy about that,"
Noah said. "Damn right," Riley thought. "Just shake me, you idiot. I didn't have a stroke. Why are you letting a 10-year-old tell you what to do, Lorcan?" Riley thought. But Lorcan couldn't hear him the same way Noah could. Orla pulled Noah into her arms. "Your dad will be all right. How do you know he wouldn't want to be in the hospital?" Noah bit his lips. He said nothing. Then a tear rolled down his face, and another one. Then he cried. Orla embraced him. "Don't cry, darling. He'll be okay. You'll be okay. You can hear him, right?" She soothed. Noah nodded. "Bitch, you sent that woman here," Riley thought. He wanted to trash something, whack at something, but apparently he couldn't do that with his mind. "Let me try this." She put Noah aside and kneeled next to Riley. Holding his head in her hands, she rubbed at his temples with her thumbs. She closed her eyes and mumbled something to herself. Suddenly, Riley felt weakened. Then he found himself dissolved and sucked into a black hole. His eyes flung open and he gasped. Orla released his head. Riley sat up, dazed. Noah darted over, wrapping his tiny body around his father's, and let out all the tears he had withheld. He ruffled his son's hair and said, "Come on, Noah. You're a good boy. Don't cry. I'm okay. You did very well." Lorcan crouched. "What's going on?" Riley leaned against the sofa. "I don't know. I was in the kitchen. A woman came, claiming to be the psychic Orla sent." "Me? I didn't send anyone." Riley stood up. "Well, that's what she said. Next thing I know, she put a whammy on me. Then, bam, I'm on the floor." "She put a whammy on you? I can't believe that word came out of your mouth, Riley." Lorcan laughed. "Why not?" Orla asked. "Psychic? Magic? Are we going to talk about aliens next?" Lorcan exclaimed. Riley shrugged. "That's what happened. That's what she said. And as you can see, I'm in one piece. I didn't just black out for no reason." "It might have been a stroke, Riley. You're such an idiot not to let Noah call an ambulance. If Orla and I hadn't been doing some business around the area, it would have taken us at least half an hour to get here from London. By that time, you would have been dead."
"What business are you doing in Mortlake?"
Lorcan shrugged. "Private business. We have to go back there, but we'll take Noah to school on the way. Call into work, take a day off." Lorcan grabbed at Noah's shoulders. "Come on, buddy, go get your gear." Noah scurried to his room. "I'm taking Noah to school. That woman might come back for him. She said Orla sent her for Noah," Riley said. "The psychic I referred you to is a he, not a she." "You referred him to a psychic?" Lorcan asked in disbelief. "What's wrong with that?" Orla responded. "So who was the woman?" Riley asked. "What did she look like?" Orla asked. As Riley described the old woman, the color drained from Orla's face. A tear rolled down her cheek. "Orla!" Lorcan called out. Orla covered her mouth. She ran to the bathroom and vomited. If she wasn't mistaken, Riley had just described her late aunt. the one who had set up the white curse before she died. Orla had been a kid, but she remembered the experience vividly. Her auntie had loved her very much and had promised to take care of Orla wherever she might be. When she was 10, Orla felt lucky to have her aunt's love and care within a family full of dark secrets. But she didn't feel too lucky right now. Lorcan waited outside the bathroom door. Orla pushed the door open and flung her bag over her shoulder. "Where are you going?" Lorcan asked. "Back to Meline at church," she mumbled. She sidestepped Lorcan to walk away. Lorcan snatched the car keys from Orla's hand. "Seriously, Lorcan, I told you to go away." "We talked about this. One more day and I'll let you do whatever you want. You promised me." "I'll call a cab," she mumbled and kept walking. "Hey!" Lorcan grabbed Orla's arms. She shrugged him off. They scuffled for 10 seconds before he pinned her to the wall. "If you can't tell me what happened between you and the woman called Maya at the apartment, if you really have to lie to me about that, I'm fine. If you have to withhold the information about the woman who came to see Riley and what you did to fix him just now, I'm struggling here, but I can live with that too. But I won't leave you, and I won't let you go out there by yourself. If you can say to my face that you don't love me and you don't want me in your life, then I'll leave you alone." She closed her eyes and said nothing. "Passive-aggressive isn't your style, Orla." She opened her eyes and looked straight at him. Lorcan muffled what she was going to say with a bone-melting kiss. Then he released her and raised his arms up, surrendering. "Okay, I bluffed. Please don't say anything. I don't have the confidence that you won't say it. I don't want you to make me leave." Then he let his arms flop down by his sides. He simply stared at her. Her throat hurt. Before the tears bubbled out, she said, "There's a curse." "A what?" The device in Lorcan's pocket buzzed. "Someone called Meline," he said. Then he listened to the recording. "Stephen got shot in New York," he relayed. "Madeline's plan was fucked up. Zen knew she sent Stephen, and now he's after her. Let's go." Lorcan grimaced. There wasn't time for Orla to say anything else. She merely followed him. Chapter 14. Lorcan turned the Bluetooth tracking device off and slid it into his bag. "We can see her from here and hear what she says from the speaker." Orla nodded. Orla and Lorcan had planted themselves in the front yard of a house a respectable distance from Mrs. Hansen's. Gauging from the overflowing mailbox and overgrown garden, they speculated the house was uninhabited. But to be sure, Orla had knocked on the door. There was no response. A hoarse female voice croaked out from their speaker.
"I've convinced Woody to forgive your intrusion this morning, but he's still upset."
They heard a dog barking. "Mrs. Hansen, I'm sorry I was rude this morning, but Meline said. Lorcan winced at the old woman's voice. It was unpleasant and oddly spooky. It gave him goosebumps.
"All your kind are the same,"
the hoarse voice continued. "My kind? Mrs. Hansen," Meline raised her voice in defense.
"You want to find John Dee's grave, right?"
Mrs. Hansen said. Wait, no, that wasn't Mrs. Hansen's voice that Lorcan heard. The voice was right next to him. He turned and saw Orla's empty eyes. The voice coming out of her mouth wasn't her own. "Orla!" Lorcan grabbed Orla's shoulders and gently shook her. "Orla!" She didn't respond. He didn't pay attention to what was coming out of the speaker. He was focused solely on Orla. He shook her harder. She looked right through him and didn't respond to his call. "Orla, come on, baby, come back to me." The voice came out of Orla again.
"What you want to find in the grave is not my problem. I knew you were coming, like all the others. Greed doesn't do anyone any good."
"But Madeline's voice protested via the speaker. Lorcan shook Orla hard. She skipped a sentence and went silent. She paused and stared at him blankly. "Oh, baby, come on, fight this." He pulled her into his arms as she swayed. "Where can I find the grave?" Madeline's voice said. The old woman continued via Orla's mouth.
Fossey Way. It's guarded by Roman soldiers, and I have to warn you, young lady, these soldiers cannot tell the difference between greed and grief. They judge you by your actions, so be careful.
"I'm not Madeline, and you're not Mrs. Hanson." Lorcan shook Orla again and again.
I'll kill you, little bird, like I killed the others. Go to Fossey Way. There are lots of bones for you to find. Today is a good day to die.
The old voice rasped from Orla's mouth. "Please, Orla, please, come back to me." Orla suddenly snapped back. She swayed and collapsed into his arms. Lorcan scooped her up to carry her to the car. Shortly after, she shifted and opened her eyes. "Oh, thank God." He put her down on the ground. "What happened?" Orla asked, still slightly dazed. "We were listening to the conversation between Madeline and Mrs. Hanson. The next thing I know, I heard Mrs. Hanson's voice coming out of your mouth. Do you remember anything?" Orla shook her head. "Why are you lying to me?" Lorcan snarled. "I'm not." "You have that I'm lying look on your face." Damn her pathetic failure of a poker face. Okay, I remember. I don't know how, but I remember the words coming out of my mouth. Someone was speaking through me, and I couldn't control it." "Since when have you been able to do this?" "Never. This is the first time." Lorcan stood up and ruffled his hair, trying to control his temper, but this time he failed. "I can't tolerate your lies anymore, Orla." Orla saw the fury in his eyes. "If you can't tolerate me, then go away." Lorcan waved his arms in frustration. "You want me to leave? This is your plan, isn't it?" "If you won't leave, I will." She pushed up to her feet and walked toward the car. Chapter 15. At the school, Riley jumped out of the car he parked illegally in the loading dock and charged toward the principal's office. He almost ran into Mrs. Abby, Noah's teacher, on her way out. "Mrs. Abby, where's Noah?"
In there with the principal. He's all right now. He didn't want to go to the hospital. He just asked for you,"
Mrs. Abby said, her lips pressed into a thin line. Riley knew she thought he didn't take care of Noah well, but he didn't have time to explain. He couldn't care less what people think about him, and ignored them as long as they weren't accusing him of negligence and sending in a social worker. "Dad!" Noah stormed out. He darted over and clung to Riley. He held his son, lifting the boy up. "I'm sorry, Noah. I can't help you with the pain. Would you like me to take you home?" In tears, Noah said. "But I don't want to go home. Could you please call Uncle Lorcan?" "What? Why?" "I need to talk to him right away." Riley frowned. "What did you see, Noah? You had a vision, didn't you?" "I saw Uncle Lorcan and a lot of blood." Riley nodded. "All right, let's get out of here. We'll call him on the way." The principal walked out from his office and was about to say something. "I'm sorry, we have to go now. I'll arrange a meeting with you when I have a chance. I promise." Riley put Noah down. They darted down the corridor before the principal could say anything. 15 minutes later, Riley left a voicemail for Lorcan. He crouched down next to Noah. "He might be using his phone to do some of his spy work. If that's the case, he won't even check his messages." "Noah, what did you see exactly?" "We have to find him. I know where he is. He's heading toward Fossey Way." "Noah, do you even know where Fossey Way is?" Noah shook his head. I heard his voice in my head. He's going to Fosse Way. A tear rolled down Noah's face. Riley wiped it off. All right, son. We're heading toward Fosse Way. Back in Mortlake, Orla sat in the car, staring at the dashboard. She could drive away and let Lorcan call a cab to get back to London. But just then, Lorcan banged on the car's window. Orla, we need to warn Madeline not to go to Fosse Way. We can call her. Sure, but I need you to stay with me for a bit. Lorcan pulled out his phone. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. The screen of his phone was blank. This is a sign. We have to go back to London right now. You're getting out of this job. Sign of what? Crappy technology? We can't let her go to her death, Orla. You heard what that woman said. I heard her. I'll warn Madeline myself. You're not going with me. The hell I'm not. Until you can give me a proper explanation, I won't let you do this job alone. Don't even hope, Lorcan. She doesn't have the guts to tell you. Maya's voice came from behind them, sending Lorcan and Orla jumping out of their skins. You again? Lorcan exclaimed. Go away, Orla growled. Why? Afraid I'm going to tell your lover what a liar you are. Orla jumped out of the car and leapt at Maya, teeth bared and prepared to fight. Maya was as quick as a cat. She sidestepped out of Orla's path. Orla dropped to the ground, rolling, and stood up. The two women circled each other, each eyeing the other. Hey, ladies! Lorcan shouted, but neither woman paid him any attention. He darted toward Orla, grabbing her from behind. Let me go, Lorcan! Orla shrieked. I have to hold off one of you. Would you prefer I held on to her? I told you if you're going to keep doing this, you're going to get him killed, Orla, Maya said. I don't believe you! Orla screamed. Then use your own senses. You have talent. Use it and figure out how you're killing him. Don't talk like I'm not here. We have a woman driving to her death right now, and you two are ranting about nonsense. If there's some inexplicable reason that we can't save Madeline or go after her, can we at least call the police? Lorcan exclaimed. No, Orla and Maya chorused. Orla and Maya stared at each other. Lorcan swung his gaze back and forth between the two. Why not? He asked. What will you tell the cops? Orla asked. Tell them that a woman is driving to Fosse Way, which tourists do all the time, and that the woman might be in danger because your girlfriend told you so? You're more than just a girlfriend, Maya snarled. Who are you to say? Orla squealed, threatening to charge at Maya again. And why do you think I'll be killed? Why should I believe you? Lorcan asked Maya. You don't have to believe me. Ask her. She knows. Maya pointed at Orla. How am I supposed to know if the gypsy was right? Orla snarled. Lorcan stared at Orla while Maya smirked. Lorcan approached Orla and put his hands on her shoulders. He looked straight into her eyes. Orla, how do you know Mrs. Hanson is a gypsy? We haven't even seen the woman. You can't tell me? Lorcan released her, letting his hands flop to his sides. I'm not sure if what Mrs. Hanson said is true or not. I can't call the cops because I don't know exactly what to tell them. So I'm going to do what any normal person would. I'm going to Fosse Way to tell Madeline to go back to London. I'll tell her I'll help her find what she needs to save her friend. Lorcan turned on his heel and walked away. No! Orla and Maya chorused again. Lorcan turned around and arched an eyebrow. Orla huffed. Okay, I'm telepathic. Somehow I connected to Mrs. Hanson and heard her thoughts. She had some pretty scary thoughts about what she had laid out at Fosse Way, so I don't want you to go there. They're just thoughts. But if it's true, we can't just let Madeline go there without warning. Anyone with half a conscience would try to stop her, Lorcan said. I'm a thief. I don't have the moral grounds that you do. I'm telling you not to go to Fosse Way for your own safety. And for me. Lorcan stared at Orla, then he turned around and walked away.
Lorcan!
Orla called out.
I'll drop everything. I'll go back to Ireland with you right now.
Lorcan kept walking.
Okay, I'm a deity, Maya said. I know you're destined to die if you go to Fossey Way, Lorcan.
Lorcan slowly turned around. Say again.
You heard me. If you have a wholehearted desire to die, then go. I can't stop you.
Lorcan laughed. A gypsy, a telepathic, and now a deity. Any more surprises? Orla stared at Maya. Maya raised an eyebrow in challenge.
Unlike thieves, good deities have high moral grounds. I revealed my identity. What are you going to do? I don't care if you're a god. Don't challenge me,
Orla snarled.
Actually, I'm a goddess. I'm going. You're staying. She's going to protect you.
Orla pointed her finger at Lorcan and then Maya as she talked, then walked away. Hey, no, you're not going anywhere, and I don't need protection. Lorcan grabbed Orla's arm. She shrugged him off. He spoke to Maya. Let's say I believe that you're a deity, and for reasons that only God knows, you can see my future and feel obliged to protect me. How am I going to die?
A stab wound to the heart,
Maya said bluntly. Orla thought she heard something about stabbing and death. Her limbs went numb. There were buzzing noises reverberating in her head. She forced herself to remain upright and swallowed her tears. Lorcan shrugged. Wait here. He strode toward the car, opened the car trunk, took something out, then came back to the yard. He lifted his jacket to reveal a gun.
You arranged that?
Orla gasped. You said we might need it. Lorcan smiled. Maya, between a knife and a gun, my money's on the gun. I'll see how the Roman soldiers handle it, but I think we have a slight advantage. We're going after Meline.
You're an idiot, Lorcan. You're both idiots.
Maya turned on her heel and left. Chapter 16. Later, sitting in the car, Orla mumbled. It's not working. She slapped the screen of the portable tracking device without mercy. Gentle baby. Not everyone would make love to you after you slapped him across the face. Lorcan chuckled.
It's an object, not a person. I don't make love to an object, and I can hit an object as much as I want.
She slapped at the device again. Give it to me. Lorcan reached for the device. No, you're driving. I don't want you to turn us into corpses. Want an IT solution to the problem?
What?
Turn it off, and then back on. Orla rolled her eyes and turned the device off. Then she turned it on. It made a bing sound, and a blue dot appeared on the screen. Lorcan laughed. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Orla slapped his shoulder.
It's your device, and it's stupid.
Lorcan shook his head and smiled. That's debatable. Where's Meline? Heading toward Roman Road. All right, we'd better get to her before it gets dark. Lorcan accelerated. The road was bumpy and clouds were creeping across the blue sky. A storm was brewing. Great, Lorcan muttered. Anyone with common sense would have come back to the highway by now, Orla said. And for your information, your stupid device is dead again, and I've turned it off and on 3 times already. Lightning slashed through the distant horizon, and thunder rumbled somewhere in the sky. The road in front of them blurred into the rain and darkness. Strange chanting sounds hovered in the air behind their necks. Water fell from the sky, streamed from the creek nearby, and trickled from the long stone walls tracing along the narrow country roads, almost as if the stone itself was weeping. I don't have a good feeling about this, Lorcan mumbled. If we turn around now, what about Meline? Lorcan's eyes darkened. You're right. We've got to find her. If we're uneasy about the strange weather and this strange place, how will Meline handle it on her own? A lightning bolt slashed through the sky, and thunder exploded in the distance. Something hit the car hard, making it veer to the side and scraped along the stone wall. Lorcan's lips formed a thin line and his jaw clenched as he tried to control the car. What the fuck was that? After a short distance, they could see Madeline's car outlined by the flash of lightning bolts. She's veering off the wall, Orla gushed. Her car's rolled. Lorcan hit the accelerator. There was a loud bump on the side of the car, and a few more bumps on the road that almost lifted the car. What the fuck? Lorcan clenched his teeth again and hung on tightly to the steering wheel. A lightning bolt struck a tree right next to the car, nearly exploding their eardrums. There was another bump. The car almost jumped into the air. Lorcan drove faster. Something hit the car again from the side and pushed it off the road. The car landed on a slope and rolled. It hit a large rock and stopped, motionless and upside down. Orla and Lorcan dangled by their seatbelts. After regaining his bearings, Lorcan reached over to Orla. Are you okay, Orla? Yes, she muttered. They freed themselves from the seatbelts and landed with a thud on the ceiling of the car. They crawled out, stood up, slid in the mud, and rolled down a little hill. In the dark, 2 large shadows charged at them. Lorcan knocked down his man quickly and snatched at the man on top of Orla. Lorcan pounded on him. Another man charged at Orla. She squealed and fought. A male voice came out from the dark. Not that woman, you idiot, said a tall man darting out from the bush. The fighting men stopped. What? One of the 2 men asked. Ugh! As he was distracted, he earned a knuckle punch from Orla. He roared and charged at her again. Not that woman, I said, you dumbass, the tall man commanded. Over there! She's out of the car already, you useless idiots! He pointed in Madeline's direction. The rain kept coming down, more lightning and thunder, and then loud, confusing noises echoing through the darkness around them. Orla continued to hear the strange, chanting sound. The 2 men who had been attacking Lorcan and Orla turned and ran toward Meline. You're attacking a defenseless woman, Lorcan growled at them, as there was nothing else he could do to stop them. A few more men had arrived. The tall man suddenly turned back, looking at Orla and Lorcan. They've seen us. Kill them, he commanded the new men. 2 men brandished knives and charged at Lorcan and Orla. Lorcan pushed Orla behind him, but when 2 other men approached, they were pulled apart. Orla fought 1 man. She didn't have a weapon, but she was quick. The other 3 were on Lorcan quickly. She lost track of him in the stormy night. She gave her attacker a few good hits and dodged around his knife swings. She suffered some minor cuts to her arms, but he couldn't get close to her. She stumbled on a piece of rock and fell. It was raining heavily now. She couldn't see Lorcan. She knew it was the end of her when she saw the man leap at her with the knife. Then she heard a loud bang. The man's head exploded in front of her, and his body dropped down on her like a 2-ton sack of potatoes. His dead weight squashed her into the ground. There were a few more loud bangs, and in the haze of pain, blood, and confusion, she saw something hovering in the sky like a big bird. She heard people shouting, and then it went quiet. She passed out. Chapter 17. Moments passed. Orla opened her eyes to find Maya shaking her shoulders. Can you get up? Where's Lorcan? Big bird. They had knives. You were right. Orla's voice slurred with the effects of a concussion. Only the last part of what you said counts. Snap back and get up, or you'll lose your man. Orla's eyes flung wide open. Lorcan. Loud bangs. They were gunshots. She pushed herself up, forced away the dizziness, and looked to the side of her. Lorcan's body was sprawled on the wet ground, lifeless. Oh no! No! She cried and bulldozed over the dead body lying next to her to get to Lorcan. Oh, no! It had stopped raining, but his body was soaking wet and as cold as steel. He's not dead yet, Maya said. Will you help me get him to the car? Orla nodded. She was still dazed, but she moved as quickly as she could. They put Lorcan in the back seat of the car. Orla jumped in and cradled him in her arms. Guess that means I'll have to drive, Maya muttered and got into the driver's seat. Orla was fully awake. Oh, God, she moaned and checked the bloodstains on Lorcan's shirt. His pulse was extremely weak. Maya glanced at her in the rearview mirror. He killed for you. He gunned down 4 men and copped 2 bullets himself, and he's not dead. Not bad for a man with a desk job. He doesn't have a desk job, Orla snarled. You said he'd be killed by a stab wound. These are gunshot wounds. That means he won't die, right? The information was relevant at the time we spoke. With interferences from other forces, things often change. Orla didn't realize that tears were rolling down her face. Can you drive faster? It's a car, not a helicopter. The LeBlancs rescued Meline using the chopper you called a big bird, but my resources don't stretch that far. They rescued Meline? So she's fine now? Yes. It was a full-on search and rescue. The LeBlancs don't do anything on a small scale. They didn't know about you lying there in the mud. If you saw them, why didn't you call them back and ask them to help us? I can only interact directly with my subject, Lorcan in this case. You're a deity. Can't you heal him or beam us to a hospital rather than crawling along in this car? You watch too much TV, Orla. I thought you knew better than that. So what do deities do exactly? You said your job is to protect Lorcan, but how can you do that? Lorcan groaned and shifted. Oh, darling, open your eyes for me, please. Orla shook him slightly. Lorcan opened his eyes and saw her teary face. He smiled weakly. Are you okay? He asked. Then his head lolled back and he passed out again. Oh, no, no, Orla cried. His body was too cold. His pulse was too weak. She didn't need to be a doctor to know this wasn't going to end well. Stop the car, Orla snapped. Maya stopped. Orla lay Lorcan down. She jumped out of the car and yanked the driver's door open, suggesting Maya to get out of the car. Don't boss me around, Maya grimaced. Please, Orla said. Maya slid out of the driver's seat. How exactly is it that you're going to protect Lorcan? I have to switch back to my deity form, which basically just gives me a vision of what will happen within the very near future and whether the subject can be saved. But I have to save the subject as a human, so apart from warning him against idiotic actions and driving him to a hospital, I can't heal him. I have no such magic. So you can do less than what a witch can. It's not what I can do, it's what I will do for people. So do it! Switch on your vision and tell me if he can be saved. Orla shifted. Please. Maya nodded. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands in front of her chest as if she were praying, and concentrated. Shortly, she returned as Maya, except her eyes were darkened and shone with tears. Oh, no! Orla saw the look on Maya's face and gasped. You promised to save him, she snarled. I warned him, and I warned you. It's out of my control now. People die. That's just how it is. No, not him. Not like this, Orla growled. A jasmine smell thickened the air. Not only could Orla smell it, she could feel it brushing against her skin. Maya smelled it too. Orla, I know what you're capable of, but it's too late now. Let him go. No, not in a million years. Not after what we've been through. Orla's voice croaked. No, Orla, you will regret this, and it can't be undone. A car zoomed out from the dark and braked just behind them. From the car charged Riley and Noah. Noah made a beeline to the car. Uncle Lorcan! He shook Lorcan's bloody shoulders. Let me see. Riley put his medical kit down on the floor of the car and gently nudged Noah aside. From a distance, Maya frowned at Noah. Can he make it to the hospital? Orla asked Riley. The doctor looked at Orla, then shook his head. Oh, God! Oh, no! Orla cried. Noah held his father and cried. The sob dissolved into thin air like a plea to God for help. Maya looked up at the sky. You're a deity, and now you tell me. Is God going to help me this time? Orla asked. Silence. Orla nodded. All right. I'll have to call for help elsewhere, Orla muttered. Don't do it, Orla, Maya said. Orla returned to the car and asked Riley to take Noah away. Riley didn't know Orla's intention, but he picked Noah up and walked toward where Maya stood. It had stopped raining, but the strange chanting sound echoed from the brush nearby. Chapter 18. Orla waved everyone away. The jasmine smell was thickening by the second. Noah cried and tried to run to Lorcan, who was lying in the car, blood seeping out of his wounds along with his strength, his life force. It took both Maya and Riley to keep Noah away. Next to the car, Orla had traced a triangle in the mud. She remembered the ritual as if it had just been yesterday when she learned it. Regardless of how painful the memory was, regardless of what happened next, Orla had to do this. She couldn't lose Lorcan. She mumbled the sorcery curse, and then used the knife she had taken from the dead body of the attacker to cut off a bit of her hair. Then she chanted the curse a few more times. The wind started to blow. The scent of jasmine wafted into the wind and whirled about like a small tornado. Orla cut her arm with the knife, dripping her blood into the triangle. The triangle attracted a lightning bolt, and Orla was blown a few feet away. From a distance, Maya shook her head. Noah screamed for Orla to stop. Orla got to her feet and went back to the triangle. She chanted the curse again, the black curse her ancestor had created. The smell of jasmine engulfed the entire area, and a swirl of black mist seeped up from the ground, forming a funnel. Maya moved toward the car, but a lightning bolt suddenly struck directly in front of her, sending her skidding backward and flopping into the mud. Get out of my way! A deep, demonic male voice hovered in the air. Orla's eyes were darkened and empty. She stood still, her black hair blowing in the wind. A smile spread across her face. More lightning bolts struck the ground, and the air sparked like fireworks. Maya felt as if she was in the middle of an explosion. The form of an 8-foot-tall ancient man appeared out of the mist. He snaked a hand out of his black robe and reached towards Orla's heart while she stood still and waited. Noah broke out of Riley's hold, pushing Riley to the ground. Riley looked at his son and saw that Noah's eyes were blank and white. Noah charged at the ancient man, hitting him from behind. He's possessed, Maya said. He's telepathic. For God's sake, do something about it, Riley yelled. The ancient man fell forward when Noah hit him. He released Orla and turned toward Noah, furious. Noah staggered backward. His eyes had gone back to normal, and at the moment he looked like no more than a scared kid. The ancient man reached out his arm to grab Noah, but Riley jumped in front of him and held his arm to prevent him from approaching his son. The ancient man pulled back, staggered, and looked at Riley. He reached for him, but as soon as he did, he shrieked as if in pain and exploded into nothingness. Chapter 19. Lorcan awoke, finding himself tucked comfortably in bed in Orla's apartment. He shifted. His body ached everywhere. He closed his eyes and tried to recall what had happened. They'd fought in the dark, in the midst of rain, storm, lightning, and thunder. 3 men had been on him, and a big one was chasing Orla with a knife. They had left him no choice. Lorcan remembered pulling his gun and shooting at the guy launching himself at Orla. Then he'd swung the gun to fire at the 3 others racing toward him. And the tall man who seemed to be the boss shot him. He remembered the sensation of the bullets hitting him. There had been very little pain, a bit of pressure, and then he was drowning. He remembered nothing else. Orla walked out of the kitchen with a mug of coffee. Seeing that Lorcan was up, she darted to the bed. "How are you feeling?" She cupped his face. He was the same. Her Lorcan, with the striking blue eyes and the mouth made for kissing. And that was exactly what she did. She kissed him, deeply and possessively. He shifted again and tried to sit up. He looked at his chest, remembering where the bullets had hit him. The wounds were completely healed. Astonished, he straightened more and looked again. There was no trace of the wounds, save for 2 new faint scars. He stared at Orla for a long time. She looked different. "What happened to your hair?" he asked. Her long black hair was a foot shorter. She smiled. "It got muddy and tangled in the fight last night, so I had it cut this morning." He smiled. "Pretty." He pulled her into his arms and embraced her. He could feel her body shaking a bit and then settle. She gave him her coffee mug. He smiled and took a tentative sip. From the moment he had awoken, he felt his body recovering at an amazing speed. He could literally feel the cells in his body regenerating and healing. A sea of energy and strength washed through him. He felt incredible. "What happened last night, Orla? I mean, after I passed out. I remember being shot. I couldn't have recovered this fast from those injuries. I feel as if I could knock out 2 bouncers at once now." Orla bit her lips and hesitated. "Don't lie to me. If you're taking this long to answer, that means you're plotting your lies. Just tell me the truth. Whatever it is, I can handle it." Orla cleared her throat. "Maya came for us. She used her abilities to heal you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it back to the hospital. I hesitated telling you because Maya said the healing might have undesirable side effects. She doesn't know what they might be. It's different for each person." Lorcan gazed at Orla's face, searching for what she was leaving unspoken. She regretted lying to him, but she continued. "I don't have an I'm lying face right now, if that's what you're looking for. Are you feeling any different?" "Apart from an amazing strength surging through my body? Not much different, really. I still love you the same."
"Not more?"
"Much more," he smiled. "What about Meline?" "Maya told me that the LeBlancs rescued her." Lorcan narrowed his eyes. "Is that all you're going to tell me?" Orla nodded and pushed up to her feet to go to the kitchen. Lorcan mumbled a curse. He knew she was lying. Suddenly there was static as the spy device activated. Mrs. Hansen's voice resonated from it, making Lorcan leap from the bed and dart toward his desktop computer.
"It's good to see you again, Kieran. What has this old woman done to deserve a visit?"
asked Mrs. Hansen. Orla charged out from the kitchen. "Kieran and Meline beat us there. They're at Mortlake now," Lorcan said. "We have to let Meline and Kieran know the old woman planned that attack last night." "Lorcan!" Orla waved her arms in the air. "Yes?" "The guys yesterday were willing to kill for whatever they're looking for. I don't want to have to handle another episode like last night." "Based on what you said, Maya saved me, right? She might be able to do it again. She's a goddess. Why worry?" "Can't you just call Kieran?" "There's only one person I know of who can hack Kieran LeBlanc's phone number, and that's God." Lorcan deadpanned and grabbed his jacket. "It's half an hour to Mortlake. They won't even be there by the time you get there," Orla protested. That's when you drive. As Lorcan finished the sentence, he was already halfway out of the door. Orla cursed and followed him. Chapter 20. 15 minutes later, Lorcan and Orla were hiding across the street, close enough that they had a good visual of Mrs. Hanson's place. From their vantage point, they could see Kieran and Meline standing in Mrs. Hanson's front yard. Madeline's shaky voice came over Lorcan's spy device. Her earrings. The jingle of her earrings caused my hallucination at the walls. Don't listen to it. Your magic, if I can call it magic, won't work on me, Mrs. Hanson. I believe you know that, Kieran said. Mrs. Hanson grunted out the words.
Greedy people are supposed to die.
Madeline's not greedy, Mrs. Hanson. She was blackmailed into this, and I'm going to help her sort it out. I believe you've mixed with dark forces. I've lost a man because of this, a dear friend of mine. I need to know who asked you to send those seeking information about John Dee to Fosse Way, Kieran said. Mrs. Hanson laughed, a crooked laugh that pulled at the muscles on her face and made it look as if she were in pain.
You think I'm going to tell you that?
I just wanted to give you a chance to tell me in person. I still have respect for you and for what you did in the past. But if you don't tell me now, I will find out, and I'll trash your rose powder, Kieran said.
Don't you dare!
Mrs. Hanson screamed, but it came out more like a croak. She swung her head so that her earrings jingled loudly. Meline grabbed her ears and stepped back. Mrs. Hanson shook her arms so that the bells dangling on her beaded wristbands sang as well. The sound from the earrings was the worst, though. Mrs. Hanson gyrated as if doing some macabre dance. She laughed. Next to Lorcan, Orla grabbed at her ears. Oh, no, baby. Block her out of your mind, please. Don't do that to me again. Orla nodded. She closed her eyes, concentrated, and brushed Mrs. Hanson's voice out of her head. In the yard, Kieran stepped in front of Meline. Go to the car and wait for me there. No. Go, Meline. Mrs. Hanson swung her earrings harder, and the noise increased. Meline grabbed her ears and slumped to the ground. Kieran called Meline, pulling her up and backward. Lorcan felt sorry for Kieran. He knew what it felt like when the same had happened to Orla. He didn't know how to help Kieran. Meline shrugged off Kieran's arms and charged toward the old woman. She grabbed the dangling earrings and pulled hard. The woman screamed in pain. Blood poured from her ripped earlobes. The old woman grunted, and the sound coming out of her was demonic and deep. She pulled out a knife and charged at Meline. Seeing the swing of the knife, Meline stepped back, and Kieran darted toward her from behind. Meline tripped on a small stone, tumbled, and fell on her back. The old woman growled and jumped atop her, swinging the knife in a downward arc. Kieran grabbed the old woman's hand. The old woman looked at him as if she had been waiting for just that moment. She did not jerk her hand free, but turned the knife on herself, along with Kieran's hand, and plunged it into her chest. Lorcan and Orla gasped. From behind Mrs. Hanson's house, the gardener walked out, and what he saw was Kieran's hand still on the hilt of the knife, stabbing Mrs. Hanson. Oh, God! Oh, my God! Mrs. Hanson! He stumbled backward, fell, and then stood up and ran. Meline rolled away. Mrs. Hanson lay on the ground, still evilly grinning at Meline and Kieran.
Keep the powder. You and your bitch will never get away with this, she said. I'll see you in hell.
And then the old woman stared into nothingness with dead eyes. Meline pulled at Kieran. He stood there with blood on his hands. Meline wiped the blood from his hand with the inside of her jacket and pulled Kieran away. Lorcan put his listening device away. He stepped out from their hiding place and Orla pulled at his elbow. "Nothing more to listen to here, Lorcan. Let's go." She trailed off when they saw the gardener come back to look at Mrs. Hanson's dead body. He took her necklace and ran away again. Lorcan clenched his teeth. "Low-life scumbag. Do you think he's going to come out as a witness when the LeBlancs are framed for this murder?" "Why do you think they're going to frame Kieran for this?" "That's quite obvious," he grumbled and darted in the direction in which the gardener had disappeared. Orla puffed as she tried to chase after Lorcan. She was sure he just wanted to beat the gardener up and dissuade him from going to the cops as a witness. They skidded to a halt a safe distance away as they saw a man pulling the gardener into a limousine parked at the corner of the street. They waited. And waited. Then the gardener was kicked rolling out of the car. From the back seat, a tall man stepped out. Orla gasped. "That's William Turk!" William stepped forward as the gardener staggered back. When they got into position behind a dumpster, William pulled out a dagger and swung at the gardener's throat. As the man slumped to the ground, William wiped the dagger's blade on the gardener's shirt and walked away. A couple of William's goons stayed behind to clean up the mess. Orla was shaking in Lorcan's arms and tears were streaming down her face. She could feel his body shaking with anger as well. "He used the White Knight's dagger I stole for him!" Orla cried. "Shh." Lorcan kissed her forehead and held on to her for a long moment. After a while, they walked solemnly back to their car. Chapter 21. The cell phone in Orla's purse buzzed before she reached the car. On the screen was William Turk's caller ID. She almost dropped the phone. "He just killed a man and now he's calling me? What could he possibly want?" Orla hissed. "Just pick up the phone and stay calm, baby," Lorcan soothed. Orla blew out a breath and picked up. "Hello?" she greeted. "Orla, I've changed the plan now," William said at the other end of the line. "I've changed my plan too," Orla cut in firmly. "What? You know you can't back out of the job, right? You don't want to upset me, Orla." "What do you want?" Orla asked. "I need to speak with you in person. Same place, in half an hour." "I'm not even in the country," Orla raised her voice. "I know where you are, and I need to speak to you. Be there or else." William hung up. Orla swung her arm to heave her phone at the ground, but Lorcan grabbed at it. "Calm down, baby. We're down to one phone now. Let me hold on to it." He slid Orla's phone into his pocket. "Where's your phone?" she asked. "Lost in the fight last night. Let's go." They sat at a corner table in the restaurant where Orla had met with William Turk before. This time, Lorcan remained with Orla. They saw William appear at the entrance of the restaurant. "Stay calm and play it through, Orla. You'll be fine." She nodded, although her stomach quivered. William approached reluctantly. Lorcan sat still, his arm protectively around the back of Orla's chair. He extended his hand for a shake, which William reciprocated after an awkward pause. "He's not part of the deal," William snapped. "He's my partner. He's been on all of my other deals, including the White Knight's dagger. But that's not relevant. We want out of this deal. I'll return the client's deposit." William shook his head. "It doesn't work that way." "How does it work?" Lorcan asked dryly. "Why do you want out of the deal?" "Change of heart. We have bigger and better fish to fry." Lorcan gave William an icy stare. "You want more money." Lorcan let out a dry chuckle, but the amusement wasn't reflected in his eyes. "I'll take that as a no to more money. Well, you can opt out of the next step, but you have to deliver Joe to me as the completion of this job." What will you do to her when you get her? Orla asked.
That's none of your business. You'll rescue her from Zen. You'll be a hero, as you said. What else do you want?
William smirked. You said before that there would be no killings in this job. Orla raised her voice.
Have you seen anything different?
Lorcan squeezed Orla's hand under the table. She bit her lip and said nothing. She's just seen a lot of incidents involving violence and death in kidnapping cases in the news lately. She's a bit worried, that's all. Lorcan said, and absently rubbed the back of Orla's hand. William sneered.
Get a clerk job if you're scared. But with the crime rate these days, even checkout chicks are killed as collateral damage. Hell, bystanders were killed at a bank robbery yesterday. Why don't you wrap her in velvet and make her a housewife?
I asked. She thinks it's too soon to make such a commitment to me. But a positive step towards it is if she takes no more jobs from you. So what'll it cost for you to release us from this job?
As I said, that's not how it works. You have to deliver Joe to me. It's a done deal.
Lorcan arched an eyebrow. And if not?
If not, my employer isn't going to be happy. When he's in a bad mood, people tend to encounter a lot of unfortunate incidents, some of them fatal. You don't want that to happen to your loved ones, do you?
Lorcan laughed. All right, if you insist. I want 50% of the money in our bank account by tomorrow.
That's not the deal.
You have that deal with Orla. This is my deal. Joe is a computer game designer. You need more than just to rescue her. You need her talent. You need that as much as the LeBlancs do. William arched an eyebrow. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I can provide you with the exact locations of the LeBlancs' whereabouts. If you can find anyone who has my kind of skills that will work at this rate, I'll give you the info for free. What do you say? Silence. I'm sure this is beyond your pay scale, so if you need to consult your employer, Lorcan said, withholding his smirk.
All right. I'll take the deal.
50% in our account by tomorrow morning, Lorcan confirmed with a smile. William cast a stern look toward Lorcan and Orla.
You know what will happen if you two fuck me over.
Lorcan winked. Of course we do.
Why did you call me here?
Orla asked.
I need to push the plan forward. Zen will arrive with Joe tomorrow. I want you to get her right away at their hotel. The address is here.
William pushed a piece of paper toward Orla.
This should be easier than getting her when Meline and Kieran make the exchange.
Lorcan smirked at William. You want to fuck Zen around or your boss around? William stood.
That's none of your business,
he said, and turned on his heel, striding along the lush corridor toward the entrance. Chapter 22. Orla slammed the apartment door behind her and threw her purse against the wall.
More money? Finishing the job? Didn't you see what William did today? He killed a man in cold blood. Let me guess. The only reason he didn't kill the guy in his limo was because he didn't want bloodstains on his car.
What choice did we have, Orla? He wouldn't let us out of the deal that you made, the one that I told you not to take before we had a proper discussion.
Oh, so now that's my fault? Orla waved her arms in frustration.
Blaming doesn't help the situation. Just in case you didn't notice, I killed 4 men yesterday. So I've got William beat on the killing chart. Lorcan growled.
I didn't notice?
Orla snarled, jabbing her finger at Lorcan's chest. You bled in my arms. You almost died in my arms. Do you know how hard it was for me to keep you alive yesterday? Do you know how much it hurt seeing you die, knowing that it was my fault? Do you know what I had to do to trade for your life? Lorcan narrowed his eyes. What did you trade for my life? It doesn't matter. She waved her hands absently, exhausted after her rant. She headed toward the bathroom. Lorcan grabbed at her elbow. It does matter. What happened yesterday wasn't your fault. I've never said it was your fault. We're in this together. I just want you to trust me. What did you trade? And with whom? There's nothing you can do about it anyway. Then tell me, please. Lorcan rubbed Orla's arm. He nudged her gently so that she sat down on the sofa. He cupped her face and gazed at its every curve and line. You know what I feel about you, Orla. Whatever you're going to say won't change that. I want you to trust me. She shook her head. No. I can't lose you, dead or alive. I can't even handle the thought of losing you. Tears rolled down her face now. Lorcan pulled her into his arms. Orla, how could you even think of that? He kissed her hair and left her sitting on the sofa as he went to the desk. He pulled out his computer bag, opened the zipper of a small compartment at the side, and pulled out a tiny velvet bag. He put something in his palm. You never look in my computer bag, and that's why I put it there. He opened his palm, revealing a thumbnail-sized, rusty yellow stone. Orla stared at the stone. The stone looked back at her. It was an ordinary stone she had picked up at the riverbank in Ireland. Emotions poured out of her like a storm. He gathered her into his arms and let her weep. I keep my promises, Orla. Until the end of time, that stone is not going to turn into gold. Until then, I will love you no matter what. It was my vow to you, and I'll live up to it. Damn you, Lorcan. You were 9 when I picked up that stupid rock. He lifted her chin. And you were 6. A 6-year-old girl who believed she could turn that piece of ordinary rock into gold. That's the girl I love. Not because she might be able to turn rock into gold, but because she had the crazy and idiotic belief that she could. He kissed her forehead. As long as that rock is not turning into gold, you're mine. So as long as the result of whatever you traded with whomever is not turning that rock into gold, I can take it. I will still love you. Nothing will change. He smiled. Now, hit me with the truth. She shifted. I'm supposed to be a sorceress. There was silence. Lorcan released her. God damn it, I knew this would happen, she exclaimed. He stood up and looked at her. Lorcan, never mind, she sighed. Lorcan jammed his hand with the rock into his pants pocket and stepped back. What do you mean by you're supposed to be? Are you or are you not a sorceress? That's what was expected of me, but no, I'm not a sorceress. I don't have the training. Lorcan let out a sigh of relief. So you're not turning my rock into gold? She let out a watery laugh. No, I'm not turning that stupid rock into gold. But can you? He frowned. No. Promise me, even if you can, you won't, okay? I promise I won't. Is that all you're worried about? Me turning that rock into gold? Yeah. He nodded solemnly. She laughed, tears rolling down her face. Then she narrowed her eyes at him. You weren't surprised. You were pulling my leg. Lorcan smiled. She flew at him, slapping at his chest. Damn you, smartass! He let her hit him for a while. Her beating had no real heat in it. Then he snatched her hands and looked into her eyes. I met a deity. I saw your telepathic reaction. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw unicorns walking down the street right now. So knowing you're a sorcerer or a witch doesn't surprise me. It doesn't change a thing. I thought you'd say you traded my soul for a demon in exchange for my life. Lorcan's smile faded. Is there a second half to the sorcerer reveal? She shook her head. I didn't trade your soul or anything. She blew out a breath. I did, however, let you receive a life force. Life force? Like in Star Wars? No, I don't know any Jedi Knights, I'm afraid. She shrugged and looked at him. Her eyes darkened. The life force that you received is a bit like qi in Chinese medicine, which is supposed to be a natural source of energy. What I used on you was a qi created by dark magic from a special branch of sorcery. Lorcan arched an eyebrow, waiting for what was coming next. The dark qi in your body won't change you. It makes you stronger in mind, body, and spirit. You don't have to do anything about it. What did it cost you? Lorcan asked. The special branch of sorcery that gave you the dark qi? They're my family. They've been performing dark magic for more than 1,000 years. 500 years ago, we were one of the strongest branches. Then everything fell apart because the leader violated a fundamental rule. We aren't allowed to have positive emotions. The emotion of the light, they called it. Love, happiness, enlightenment, all of those are not allowed. The leader at that point let himself love a woman, and that emotion corrupted his magic. The branch was ruined until... She paused and looked at Lorcan. Oh no, he muttered. She nodded. Until me, she sighed. The telepathic ability makes me one of the strongest alphas since the incident 500 years ago. I was raised to believe I would one day be the leader and revamp our branch of magic. I could have anything and everything I wanted. Money, power. Hell, I could turn that rock you have into gold if I wanted to. Lorcan approached, lifting her chin up so she looked him in the eye. But you're not allowed to live as a normal person. You can't love. So what's the point of all that power? He wiped a tear that trickled down her face. That was why you never let me see your family. All that time we spent at the river, picking out rocks, playing children's games, you never told me. Then you ran away without a whiff of warning. But you found me. Lorcan smiled. It's not hard to find the second half of your soul. We're soulmates, Orla. How could you even think of losing me by telling me about your family? He kissed her again. For years, I just wanted to make a lot of money, be successful, so to speak. Then I could go back to my family and tell them we could have the life we wanted without using dark magic. I thought it was that simple. After I ran away, my uncle took over and built it up further. They still want you, I assume? Orla nodded. At Fosse Way, I couldn't let you die. So I called them for the dark qi. In exchange, I have to go back to the family. They still want me to lead. What if you break the deal with your family? If you don't come back, what will they do? She blew out a breath. It's not that simple. There were curses. When I ran away, a black curse was placed against me. When I am loved by someone, the black curse will kill me. So my late aunt, she loved and raised me. She placed a white curse on me to protect me. So if I am loved by someone, the white curse will kill that person. Nice work, Lorcan muttered. I didn't know how much to buy into until you were going to die at Fosse Way. She cried again. It was my fault, she said. No, Orla, no. Orla's phone buzzed. She looked at it and picked it up. Riley? No, don't cry, darling. Tell me what happened. Orla hung up the phone and rushed toward the door. Noah just called. Riley's in trouble, she said as she flew out the door. Lorcan followed her. Chapter 23. Riley saw Lorcan and Orla charge into the house. Noah cried again, darting over to hug his uncle. Riley wanted to gather his son into his arms and take all of his fear away, but instead he could only stand still, looking at his lifeless body and the people panicking around him. He regretted causing the look on Lorcan's face. Lorcan was like his brother, the only family he and Noah had. Riley wanted to help, wanted to stir and give them some signal so that they would stop worrying. He wasn't blown up when the ancient man had exploded at Fosse Way. Riley hoped he didn't actually kill the guy. He had looked like a ghost, so Riley assumed he was already dead. He couldn't kill a dead man, could he? Then Maya took him and Noah home. Riley had only a few cuts and bruises, so he'd assumed everything was fine. That was why Maya left him and Noah and went about her business. If something were going to happen to him, a deity like Maya would know, wouldn't she? That was what she'd said before she left. Then he'd had another episode. It was like someone had pulled the rug out from under him. He fell into a coma again. But unlike what had happened when the old woman was there, this time it hurt. His entire body felt as if it was on fire. But what hurt him most was the fear on Noah's face. He had tried, but this time he couldn't communicate with Noah. Riley needed to know what happened and how to snap out of this. He concentrated. From a distance he saw a light. He walked toward it and moved through the light gate. In front of Riley was a stone chapel. He walked into the hall of the long chapel. A cold breeze brushed across his skin. The stench of mud and rotten meat oozed up from the dammed floor, covering in broken stones, bricks, and something that looked like broken bones. He didn't know what this place was, but he was certain it wasn't heaven. He saw an empty altar and the shadow of someone praying. Hearing Riley's footsteps, the person turned around. At the same time, large candles on the stone base and torches on the wall lit up. The woman at the altar was stunning. Her sandy hair cascaded to her waist. Her milky skin shone in the flickering light. Her slanted blue eyes, although intense, looked at Riley with affection. "Michelle," Riley whispered, thinking she looked like an angel. As much as he wanted to, he didn't run toward her. Instead, he stopped with caution. There was something missing in her eyes. When he'd seen her before at their place, he had reached out, wanting to embrace her, but now he wanted to withdraw from her. Something was wrong. He was fully aware that he was dreaming, or operating at a subconscious level. This incident wasn't supposed to be real, but the danger he felt now was as real as it had ever been. Michelle stepped closer to Riley, her long dress sweeping the floor. She reached her hand out. "Come here, darling," she said. Riley staggered back. The smile on Michelle's face faded. "Why won't you come to me? You always wanted this." "You're not my wife," Riley said, feeling a lump in his throat. "What did you do with my wife?" The woman smiled and her face cracked, turned pale and then darkened. Her skin and hair, dried up and tangled up like straw, turned black. Her eyes became bloodshot and her lips blackened. "You're right," she said. "I'm not your wife, but I'm the death of her." "But—" "Yes, I know what you're thinking. She's already dead, but she couldn't pass to the next plane because of your stupid love for her. Not that I care about any of that, but it hurt my brother when he came claiming a sacrifice for the Black Curse, so I ought to fix it for him." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Someone was giving a sacrifice for a Black Curse. My brother was supposed to claim it, but then somehow you jumped into the process. He touched you without knowing you hold on to that love for your dead wife. That's lethal to my brother, and he's now stuck between worlds." "Well, I didn't know. He was going to hurt my son, so I did what a father should." The woman stared at Riley. "And you think I care about that?" "But you care about your brother." "You're mistaken. I don't. He's the head of the family. If he finishes, the power comes to me. But if he's stuck between worlds, I can't get the power, and no one can do anything about it." "What do you want me to do?" "Release your wife." "How? Just say I don't love her anymore. Not only is that a lie, but I also don't see how it will free your brother." "You have to say the reverse spell for the love you have with your wife." Riley narrowed his eyes. "So in your world, it's an official statement, like a divorce?" The woman smiled. "Ah, you're smarter than I thought." Riley shrugged. "All right, then. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to say it. It might matter in your world, but not in mine. I need to get back to my son, so if I say what you want, you'll let me go back to my world." The woman smiled. "Of course. You and your son can live happily forever after." "How do I know you'll keep your promise?"
"You have my word."
"Well, verbal conversation, even in the form of a spell, or maybe especially when it's a spell, doesn't work as an official record in my world. I need proof, a guarantee."
"How do you propose I do that?"
"I need something in writing." The woman nodded and waved her hand. A scroll of paper appeared. She opened it.
"I'll sign with my blood,"
she said, signing. Then she held out the scroll to Riley. He smiled and approached. "If my love for my wife bound your brother in a spell, it would most likely do the same to you," Riley said, and before he finished the sentence and the woman had a chance to react to it, he reached out and grabbed her hand instead of the scroll. The woman screamed in pain and tried to shrug off Riley's grip.
"Let me go! Let go of my hand!"
She tried to cast Riley away, but couldn't. She was weakening by the second.
"Why?"
"My love for my wife can only get stronger. I refuse to physically or spiritually divorce her. Living or dead, she will always be my wife. You think I would ever believe that a simple reverse spell would release her from our ritual commitment? I don't know you, and I don't know your world, but I do know that the spell would do a lot more damage to my wife than that."
"It's just a release spell, I swear,"
the woman cried. She slumped to the ground and started to burn. The heat transferred to Riley, but he wouldn't let go. "I'll burn you, bitch. Even if I die with you, I'll burn you now."
"Please don't. What do you want?"
"Let me go back to my world, and I'll release you there."
"I don't know how. Please don't kill me."
"How did you get me here?"
"You walked through the light yourself. Please let me go."
The woman burned like a torch. She swung harder and threw Riley against a wall. He slid to the floor. The woman screamed and raised her arm as if to strike him. He looked in the distance and saw the light gate. He used whatever strength left in him to charge at it. A force struck his back. He rolled on the floor and then stood up to dive through the gate. Behind him, he could still hear the burning woman's screams. Riley rolled out onto the floor of his house. He saw his body convulsing as if he was having a seizure. His nose and mouth bled. Lorcan grabbed the car keys and said he was taking Riley to the hospital. Orla stopped him, saying that this was a supernatural thing. They scuffled for the keys. Noah wailed and held on to his father. There was a bang on the door. Lorcan yanked it open and saw Maya. "Just in time. Get in here and tell Orla that this has nothing to do with your spooky stuff and I have to take Riley to the hospital. In fact, I'm calling an ambulance right now. No, you're not. Orla grabbed the phone. He'll die if you do that. You have to let me perform a ritual. He's dying and you're going to rely on magic? Lorcan yelled. Maya walked into the house and glanced at Riley. Maya, tell me if he's going to die. I know you can't do magic, but it's the least you can do, Orla asked. I'm not supposed to say. It's only natural. Maya stared at Orla. Oh my God, Orla whispered. He's really destined to die. That's why you aren't doing anything. Noah cried out loud. He ran to the door. The kitten jumped up, clinging to Noah. The young boy ran out into the darkness of the night. Noah! Lorcan called out and chased Noah. Orla followed. Maya was about to follow, but decided to stay with Riley. Chapter 24. In the darkness, Noah ran as fast as his tiny body could tolerate, the kitten on his shoulder. He had turned into a quiet part of the national park. As much as the area was peaceful and serene every morning when he took walks with his father, now the darkness distorted the shapes of the trees and bushes, making them look like demons reaching out to grab him. An eerie wind howled around him, blowing the sounds of hell's chanting into his ears, a melody of death. Lorcan called out and raced after him. He caught up and grabbed the boy. Noah, please don't do that. It doesn't help your father. He wiped the tears from Noah's cheek. He'll be just fine. I'll make him better. Don't worry. How? Noah cried. I'll find a way. You have to trust me. Your father's very strong. He'd never give up. He'd never leave you behind. You know that, right? Noah didn't answer. Tears kept streaming down his face. Orla caught up with them. This isn't the place for talking. Let's get back inside the house. They didn't even have a chance to turn around when there was a demonic roar from behind a tree. From a dark corner, two shadows came toward them. Lorcan pushed Orla and Noah behind him. The kitten hissed profusely, teeth bared, eyes wildly green. They withdrew. The two shadows approached, a woman and a man. They appeared human except for their deathly pale skin and blazing red eyes. Are they demons? Noah asked. No, but worse. Much worse, Orla whispered, then raised her voice. I'll break your curse. You know I'm good enough. I'll send you back to where you came from. You have 3 seconds to disappear. The woman looked at the man. Then both of them cast menacing looks at the group of humans and a cat. They laughed. Nice try, the woman said. But we aren't the ones who placed the black curse on you. You can't reverse it on us. What do you want? Lorcan asked, stepping in front of Orla. The woman looked Lorcan up and down. Well, this is the one she ditched the white curse for. She made a purring sound. Delicious. I don't strike women, but if you keep pushing me, I'll make an exception, Lorcan snarled. You intrigue me. Let's try this. The woman whispered and advanced. Lorcan! Orla called out and pulled Lorcan back. The woman let out an eardrum-piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, they appeared to be standing in a different world. The dark black sky was scarred with blood-red cuts that looked as if they had been caused by claws or fangs. The cold wind brought bizarre sounds from the distance, the sounds of demons crying from hell. Wolves called for their pack from somewhere among the trees. Let's play, shall we? The woman smiled, showing her shiny fangs. Don't harm us. I swear I'll cast a spell on you, Orla whispered. You're out of practice, I'm afraid. The woman continued to advance. You forced me to make an exception, Lorcan said, and gave the woman a hard kick, sending her skidding backward. She regained her stance, furious. She waved her arm and sent a bolt of lightning at Lorcan, striking him and sending him to the ground. "There's no point in fighting. What do you want?" Orla asked. "Nothing you could offer. We're here for the boy." She pointed at Noah. "Then the fuck I'll let you," Lorcan swore and scooped Noah up. The woman swung her arm for another strike. Lorcan turned his back and copped the hit. He fell but still hung on to Noah. He stood up and said, "Run, Orla." "No, we can't run. They'll strike us from behind," Orla said. The man now moved forward, wearing a crooked grin. "Enough play. Let's get to business. Give us the kid and we'll let you live." Lorcan pushed Noah behind him. "We don't need your permission to live, and you can't have Noah," Lorcan said firmly. The man opened his mouth to speak, and a fireball shot at him, exploding on his chest. He roared. "Bitch!" he said, and jumped to his feet, charging toward Orla. Lorcan put Noah down and grabbed for the man. The man turned, and with a supernatural power, threw Lorcan several feet away. The woman darted for Noah, and Orla hurled another ball of flame in her direction. "I said there's no need to fight," Orla demanded. "Your kind has never beaten us." "You're not with your family anymore. You don't even speak of them. You summoned the dark spirits, and you will have to pay for it. We don't want anything to do with it. We just want the boy," the woman said. "Why?" Orla asked. "His father sent our brother to the between worlds. We need an innocent soul to get him back," the man said, pointing at Noah. "Riley? How the heck did he do that? Good for him," Lorcan said. The man ran at Lorcan again. Lorcan figured he had the advantage because he was a lot faster. He grabbed a nearby tree branch and whacked him with it. The man staggered a bit, but continued toward him, reaching his thick arms out to grab him. Lorcan hit him again, but the tree branch cracked with the impact. The man kicked Lorcan hard, sending him into a fence on the side of the road. In the meantime, the woman ran at Orla. The women scuffled. Like the man, the woman had an incredible supernatural strength. She caught Orla with her forearm and sent her skidding into a tree trunk. Orla was dazed by the impact and lay on the ground as the woman turned to Noah. Lorcan saw her movement, surged to his feet, and ran toward Noah, but the man gripped him from behind. Lorcan punched him in the face, but he might as well have punched a stone wall. Noah staggered back as the woman moved toward him. Tripping, he fell to the ground, scrambling backward with his feet and hands. The woman came closer, and the kitten jumped straight into her face, biting and scratching violently. She shrieked in pain. On the ground, Lorcan yanked a board of the fence loose. He gave the man a hard kick, making him stagger back. Lorcan leapt to his feet and swung the board at the man's neck. It turned as hard as metal in his hands, and he could feel the weight of it changing. With the momentum of his swing, the bar hit the man in the neck, cut through it, and decapitated him. At the same time, the woman screamed in pain as a tiny wooden stick Noah had found on the ground to stab at the woman to free the kitten pierced through her throat. Noah dropped the stick and moved back, and Lorcan dropped the piece of wood bar, staring at the head on the ground with horror. From a dark corner, Orla was sitting on the grass, her eyes now back to normal. It was just registering what had just happened. "Oh, God. Oh, God, what did I do?" She started crying. Her body shook. Lorcan hurried to her and pulled her into his arms. It's okay, darling. You didn't do anything. Stay calm. We have a kid to take care of. Then he rushed to Noah, who couldn't even cry. He wiped a blood smear from Noah's face. Noah, talk to me. Come on, say something. A tear rolled down the boy's face. I killed that woman, he sobbed. A chant came floating through the air. A shriek cried from hell. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, the man's head rolled back to his body and merged with it, and the bodies turned into two black snakes and slithered away. Haunting female laughter echoed out from the trees into the darkness. Orla Folly, congratulations! You have shed blood on the black curse. The voice came from the trees. Orla jumped to her feet and whirled around. They weren't human, and I didn't curse them. They didn't even die. I'm sure it's not going to work that way. You know how it works, Orla. It's your intention that counts. There is no way to come back now. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the other side. Say goodbye to your men. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? Orla cried. The laughter faded away and the voice echoed from the distance. You should never have left your family. You should never have loved anyone. And then everything became silent as if nothing had ever happened. Orla whirled around. Don't go away! Come out here, whoever you are! Come out! Don't do this to me! She screamed, and then she blacked out. Chapter 25. Orla woke to find herself in Lorcan's arms on a couch at Riley's place. As she tried to sit up, he pulled her back into his arms. He kissed her forehead. Rest a few more minutes, he said. I'm not tired. How's Riley? No more seizures, but he's still not up. Noah? With the cat. Now tell me what the voice meant when we were out there. I told you about the curses. Yes, but what just happened was new, right? She sighed and snuggled into Lorcan's chest. I'll take a few more minutes, she said, and closed her eyes. She needed time to figure out how to deal with this new situation. The black curse is unbreakable now, she muffled into his chest later. When I called for the dark spirit at Fosse Way, the one that held the black curse, I effectively broke the white curse. The white curse will never again be placed on you. That leaves you with the black curse, Lorcan asked. She nodded. The black curse is hard to break, but as the voice said, it was all in the intention of the people. Because the curse was placed by my family, I can always go back to them and ask for compassion. There are people in my family who actually love me. Like your late aunt. What was her name? Siobhan. Yes, Auntie loved me. But family can't help me now. When I saw you and Noah in trouble, I cursed. I asked the dark spirit to bring me a metal element, and as you saw, it caused bloodshed. Although the creatures you and Noah killed weren't human, my intention, and the summoning of the dark spirit for such purpose, was close to a bloodletting sacrifice. But you were provoked to do that. My reaction was provoked, but the decision and the intention to kill were a matter of choice. I didn't actually have a choice, but there's no point arguing with dark magic. It's a double-edged sword, and I got cut. So how do we get out of this? Don't tell me there isn't a way. Bloodshed. What? Not my blood. I have to kill someone and sacrifice the person's soul to the dark spirit to break the spell. The matter is no longer with my family. It's with the dark spirit who holds the curse. And if you don't kill someone to break the curse, what will happen? I don't know for sure. The most optimistic scenario is that I'll die. The worst one might be that it would take me and turn me into a dark spirit like itself. I'll become a monster. Like I'd let that happen. Ugh. Lorcan kissed her to stop her from talking. They hadn't yet finished when they heard some throat clearing behind them. They turned to see Maya with her hands on her hips. All right, if you two have finished, I'll leave you to take care of the boy and his father. It won't take long. I have things to do, Maya said as she strode toward the door. Wait, what do you mean by it's not going to take long? Riley doesn't have a fever or anything. He'll just get a little rest and then he'll snap right back like he did the last time, right? Lorcan said. Maya sighed. I've got to go. Orla got to her feet and grabbed Maya's elbow. I know this has nothing to do with you. Your only focus is Lorcan, and now that he's safe and sound, you have every reason to leave. But if you're half the deity you claim to be, you'll tell me what's going on. You'd listen? Yes, I would. I'm tired of the black curse. I'm done. Noah doesn't deserve this. The boy needs his father, Orla pleaded. What do you mean you're done? You thought I wouldn't believe in the supernatural stuff. All right, I admit it, I didn't, but now I do. So perform your ritual to help Riley, and then we can figure out how to deal with the curses. Don't ever say you're done with this, or with me, Lorcan exclaimed. Maya walked toward the door. Do whatever you want. No, Orla grabbed Maya's hand. You know my rituals won't help. You saw his death. Am I right? Maya shrugged. I can't tell you. Lorcan slammed the door shut. What kind of deity walks out and lets a man die? Lorcan asked. Don't you dare judge me, Maya snarled at Lorcan. She reached for the doorknob, and he blocked the door. Let me go, she exclaimed. After you tell Orla what she needs to know, Lorcan said dryly. You don't know what you're doing, Lorcan. And you do? I've seen it all. Do you have any idea how old I am? Lorcan cocked an eyebrow. You're asking me to guess a woman's age? Might as well ask me to jump in front of a bus. Why can't you just tell us? What is it going to cost you? She stared at Lorcan. I can't tell you for your own best interests. Now that I won't take. If you help Riley and his kid, you can take whatever you want from me, Lorcan said. I don't want anything from you. What happened to Riley is only natural. It's God's will. Manipulating that isn't going to bring anything good. But Riley manipulated it. He sent the fuckwits to the underworld, or between worlds, whatever that means. If that's not fate manipulation, what is? Lorcan exclaimed. What? He sent whom to where? Maya asked. Oh, so there are things we know and you don't. One of the creatures that attacked us before said Riley sent his brother to the between worlds. That's why it wanted to claim Noah. Maya frowned, contemplated, and then nodded. All right, then. If a mortal man can do that in that situation, I should help him. I just want to let you know that whenever I interfere in what is considered natural, things change. It's the law of cause and effect, action and consequences. I don't know what will come next or what effect it will have on both of you. Can you accept that? Orla nodded. Lorcan shrugged. Do you accept, Lorcan? All right. Maya opened her mouth to chastise Lorcan's attitude and asked him for a firm answer, but then she decided to let it go. She went to the bedroom, and Lorcan and Orla followed. Approaching Riley's bed and tilting his head to the side, she pointed to a puncture mark in his neck close to his left ear. Lorcan gasped. There's nothing supernatural about his coma this time. Maya said nothing. She turned on her heel, leaving Lorcan and Orla standing there in shock. Lorcan left the bedroom and sat down on the sofa. There was no point rushing him to the hospital. Maya could have let us know that before. What she saw suggested that even if we got him to the hospital, he would have still died. That means whatever we do to help him has to be done differently, Lorcan said. And it's important to know what was pumped into him and who did it. Those two pieces of information might lead to decisions that will change our current situation regarding the curses. Lorcan nodded. It can't possibly get any worse regarding the curses, so I guess we need to focus on Riley first. Lorcan went to Riley's medical cabinet and pulled out his medical box. He unwrapped a syringe and took a blood sample from Riley. Are you taking that to Simon? Orla asked. Simon was a mutual friend of Riley and Lorcan and was a medical doctor. Lorcan nodded. When he finished drawing the blood, he carefully put the syringe into its container and slid it into the bag. I won't be long. Be careful. Take care of Noah, and please be right by the phone, Lorcan said. Orla reached up and kissed him. She savored the kiss as much as she could because she wasn't quite sure when or whether Lorcan would come back, and whether she could get them out of the mess of the curses. Chapter 26. An hour later, sitting opposite Simon, Lorcan stared at the report he had silently pushed across the table. Simon leaned back on his sofa, holding a coffee mug in both hands, turning it around about a dozen times before taking a tentative sip. After many years knowing Simon, Lorcan noticed that habit had never changed, especially when he concentrated.
You don't look surprised,
Simon said. About this gibberish? No, I have no idea what it is, but as long as it's not poison, I'm okay.
It's not poison. It's a sedative. A very special kind of sedative, and Riley was given a very strong dose.
Will he snap out of it? Simon stared at Lorcan for a brief moment.
Medically, no.
Lorcan put his head in his hands and ruffled his hair. Then he looked at Simon. Can you give me a bit more than that? Simon sipped his coffee again.
What happened to Riley?
What?
Come on, man. Riley asked me to take care of medical matters for him and Noah, if anything were to happen to him. I have his files.
He asked you?
Don't be offended. I'm sure you're the guardian of Noah for everything else in the boy's life, and you must be in Riley's will, too. But when it comes to medical matters, he trusts me. Don't you think I come in handy in situations like this?
Not too handy when the answer you give me is a no. Man, what am I supposed to do? The kid's cried his eyes out already, and now you expect me to tell Noah his father is going to be in a coma forever?
I said medically no, not just a no.
Lorcan stared at Simon, waiting for him to give more information. Simon put his coffee on the table, flipped the report to the next page, and pointed at the table.
Look, the base of this sedative is pretty standard, but there are 12 weird ingredients in it that make no sense. They're mainly herbs and plants and organic agents I don't recognize. The point is, they don't add anything whatsoever to the sedation aspect of the drug. They're just there in the mix. Why?
Lorcan raised his hand, requesting silence, and made a phone call. When Orla picked up at the other end, he gestured to Simon, pointing toward the list. Hey, there's a list of ingredients here. See what you can make of them. Then he repeated after Simon. Garlic, sage, lilac, aspect of oil, some unrecognizable organic agent. Hey, Simon, that's not helpful. Just give me those you can recognize. It's a preparation for a spell or a curse. It could be of any nature, black curse, white curse, reverse spell. It depends on how the ritual is performed, the purpose, time, date, and the location. Orla cut in. Where did you find this? Long story. Talk to you later. Lorcan finished the phone call and stared at Simon. Is that what you mean by medically no? You know this? Simon shook his head.
I don't know anything of the kind. It's just a hunch.
Now, the fact that you, a medical doctor, is open to a combination of scientific sedative and supernatural practice is beyond me. But let's set that philosophical debate aside for the moment. Is this a hardcore sedative? I mean, a real one that has to be properly produced and manufactured? Not one that can be made by hand or cooked up at home?
No, the sedative is industrial rate, not homemade. And I know what your next question is. There's only one company that might be making this. LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals.
You have evidence of this?
No, and it's not an accusation because this drug is not illegal or harmful. It's just a sedative with exotic ingredients. The only base for my wild guess is that the LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals have a reputation for using unusual ingredients. That's it. We and the rest of the world really don't know much about them.
So because you know nothing about them, you blame this spooky drug on them? Simon shrugged.
As I said, the drug is legit. Someone might have stolen it from their labs.
Lorcan nodded. Good point. So what are you suggesting regarding Riley?
Medically, with the strong dose he was given, it could keep him in a coma for a very long time. But given the spooky ingredients, to use your terminology, why don't you ask Orla to try a spell or something to wake him?
Excuse me?
I said,
I heard you. Why Orla?
Well, she's into this supernatural stuff, isn't she?
Now I'm offended.
Jesus Christ. Don't tell me you've been with her for 20 years and...
12 years.
Whatever. You can't tell. Everyone can.
Now I'm really offended.
Anyway, that's my suggestion for now. Try it. If it doesn't work, get back to me and I'll try some other things. But to snap out of this, Riley needs some miracles. It's ironic, but it's the situation. Deal with it.
Chapter 27. As soon as Lorcan reached the patio, Noah and Orla ran out to greet him. Noah's eyes were wide with anticipation and anxiety. Lorcan could see tears welled up and ready to roll down his face. He ruffled Noah's hair. Uncle Simon said your father is going to be okay. Lorcan glanced at Orla and said nothing. Orla could read the sign. He didn't want to talk in front of Noah. Later, they tucked the boy into bed. In the living room, Orla sat and played with the cat. Now can you tell me what Simon really said? Lorcan told Orla what was said at Simon's place. Do you know what to do? Lorcan asked at the conclusion of the story. Orla nodded. Sort of. In theory, at least. I told you before, I haven't practiced for a long time. I had a good understanding, but that was about it. Because of my psychic abilities, my practice is very different from the rest of my family. I work with the subconscious level of the mind and not so much in conjuring mythical creatures or summoning spirits. You mean you can hypnotize people? Well, that's the best way to describe it, I suppose. Could you... I can't believe I'm saying this. Can you somehow communicate with Riley? I can try, but I have to perform the ritual and keep an eye on the surrounding environment just in case things go wrong or we're interrupted. I have to be here and awake, but I can send you. Send me? Into Riley's subconsciousness? Orla nodded. I'm not physically sending you anywhere, but I can find a channel so that you can communicate with him. Like tuning a radio? Orla smiled. Yes, just like tuning a radio. Do you want to try? Lorcan nodded. Sure. Orla laughed. You don't look so sure. He smiled. I'd like to be in control of my own body. Do you trust me or not? She kissed him on the cheek. Lorcan shrugged and nodded. She pushed him down on the sofa and put her thumbs on his temples, rubbing gently. Close your eyes for me. Just relax. What do you see? Nothing. Try again, honey. Can you see anything yet? Maybe. I don't know what I'm seeing. Is it dark or light? Dark. Go to the light. You know where it is. You and Riley took Noah to a picnic once. Where was it? Think about the places that Riley wants to take Noah. He'd be there. Has he told you about the places he left to go with Michelle? He might be there too. Orla's soothing voice whispered, Soon, Lorcan was no longer responding to her questions. He was at the edge of a forest in a fairy tale land, where green grass carpeted rolling hills and flowers danced happily in the gentle wind, while birds sang among the trees and the sun smiled down on a peaceful meadow. Lorcan saw Riley standing next to a giant and colorful mushroom. As Lorcan approached, Riley turned and smiled. "Really, Riley? Fairyland? This is your favorite place?" Riley chuckled. "When you have a wife and a kid, you'll understand." "I don't think you understand Noah as well as you think. The boy would much prefer a water pistol, a white knight sword, or maybe some Star Wars gear. Not Bambi or unicorns." Lorcan gestured widely at the surrounding scenery. Riley nodded. "Agreed. This is more like Michelle." Then he looked down, pressing his foot to the grass. "Right. Michelle it is. So that's the reason you're here, letting your son cry his eyes out in the real world? And she's not even here." Riley shook his head. "She was here. I saw her." "You can't see her. She passed away 10 years ago." "No, she didn't. She was waiting for me. She lingered. That's what the witch told me." "What witch?" "Witch or demon, I don't know. I saw a woman in a temple. She was trying to trick me. She said if I wanted to go back to Noah, I had to let go of Michelle. Sort of like a spiritual divorce. Like I would do that to Michelle. Dead or alive, she's my wife, and nothing's going to change that." "Nothing including Noah?" "What are you talking about? I'm going to say goodbye to Michelle here, and then I'll come back to Noah. I made the witch explode. I sent her to where her brother was. What are you worried about?" "All right, okay then. So just say goodbye and come back. Where is she?" "She was just here." "We don't have forever." Riley walked around. "I saw her here." From the corner of his eye, Lorcan saw the sky darken, black smoke creeping up from the ground and forming into strange shapes. Evil chants hovered in the air. Riley whirled around. "What is this? Why is this happening? I swear I saw Michelle here." "I don't think you sent the witch to where she should be. She was outside your house back in the world that you abandoned, trying to claim Noah." "What are you talking about?" "What did you do at Fosse Way?" Lorcan asked as the wind grew stronger by the second and the stench of dead bodies engulfed the air. Chapter 28. Inside the house, a strong and strange wind smashed the glass windows and swirled around the living room. "Oh no," Orla muttered. "Lorcan, come back to me. Whatever you and Riley are doing, wrap it up and come back right now." She touched Lorcan and felt him burning with fever. "Oh God." She ran to Riley's room. Riley started seizing again. The wind broke the window in Riley's room. She tried to hold Riley. He wasn't responding. "Noah!" Orla yelled, and Noah rushed in from his bedroom. "Hold your father." Riley calmed instantly at Noah's touch. "He responds to you, so just keep him calm, okay?" Noah nodded. Orla hurried back to the living room. On the sofa, a stream of blood ran from Lorcan's mouth. In the field, the forest and the meadow had caught on fire. Lorcan stood after rolling on the ground from the impact of a hit. He wiped the blood from his mouth. In front of Lorcan and Riley were a dozen creatures from hell, and they heard the rumble of more footsteps. "More are coming. Do you know how to get back to reality? You won't see Michelle now. It's better to stay alive," Lorcan said. "Get the hell out of there, Lorcan!" Orla's voice sang in Lorcan's mind. "Orla called," Lorcan said to Riley. "We have to go back." "I don't know how," Riley said. "How, Orla? How?" Lorcan wasn't sure if it was going to work, but he spoke it out loud. A creature that looked oddly like a buffalo charged at Lorcan, knocking him to the ground once again. Riley grabbed a nearby rock and threw it at the creature. How, Orla? We're being attacked from all sides by creatures from hell, Lorcan shouted. How do you know they're from hell? Orla asked. Because they're fucking ugly. Another creature knocked Riley down as Lorcan jumped to his feet. Ask them what they want, Orla said. Lorcan wasn't sure if they could speak, but he asked anyway. As soon as he did, the creature stopped. A large demon with horns cast its red eyes on Riley. Then it pointed at him.
If he releases what belongs to us, we'll let you go.
What? What is it you want? Riley asked as his blood ran cold.
You spellbound our brother and sister. We want a soul in your family to release them.
Hell if I will give you that, Riley said. The creature swung its arms, and Riley was flung several feet away, crashing down onto a rock. The creatures approached him. Lorcan grabbed a tree branch and attacked them. They threw Lorcan away like a rag doll. He crawled over and dragged Riley away from the crushing foot stomp of the buffalo-like creature. You'll have to let Michelle go, Riley. If you die here, Noah will be on his own. Do you think that's what Michelle would want? A small army of creatures approached in the distance. It's not just releasing her, it's killing her. They'll drag her to hell for eternity. She waited for years because of me. She couldn't pass on to the next plane because of me, and now you expect me to send her to hell. The creatures moved closer. I know this is hard, but it's between her and your son. Which will you choose? They can take me. Don't make me choose. That's what they're doing. They're forcing you to be a coward. But are you sure they won't go after Noah after they take you? Can Michelle protect Noah? You know he's special. He has a gift. They will all want him. A thought dawned in Riley's mind. Michelle knew Noah was special. She had asked him to take care of their son. Riley nodded. Tears rolled down his face. The creature with horns croaked out its demand.
Repeat after me. I shall release the spell I placed. I shall denounce the love I have for my wife. I shall take back what I had given her before. If anyone prevents me from doing so, I will curse that person.
Riley repeated. They heard a scream tearing through the air. Michelle was dragged by the demon into a bottomless, fiery hole, her white dress tattered, her face smeared with blood. She looked at Riley. Amid the pain and desperation, her eyes were full of love. Michelle and the creature vanished into the hellhole. Chapter 29. Both Lorcan and Riley gasped and woke at the same time. On top of his being completely dazed by the experience, something in Lorcan's eyes bothered Orla. Noah called out from the bedroom, letting her know that Riley was up and well. She touched Lorcan's face. Darling, talk to me. How are you feeling? She wiped a strand of hair from Lorcan's forehead, and a teardrop fell from the corner of his eye. His striking blue eyes looked at her, and she saw pain, fear, and a tangled web of inexplicable emotions. She kissed him, and he kissed her back lightly, but he didn't pull her into his arms and deepen the kiss as he always did. He touched her face and looked into her eyes, gazing at her as if storing every plane and angle of her face, as if she might vanish right in front of him. What's this? She asked. Lorcan didn't say anything. He got to his feet, but his body swayed, so he sat back down. Give me a couple minutes, he said. Noah's horrible scream reached them from the bedroom, sending Orla and Lorcan racing to it. Riley sat up, squeezing his son in his arms, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, son. he whispered into Noah's ear as the boy cried. Riley looked up at Lorcan and Orla when they entered the room. He saw what we saw. He hugged me and he saw what I saw. He heard what I said. Riley looked at Lorcan, devastated. Lorcan withdrew from the room. He went back to the living room, flopped down on the sofa, and put his head in his hands. Orla came to sit next to him. Can you tell me what happened? She asked. For a while, Lorcan looked up at Orla. He pulled her into his arms and rocked with her.
Oh, God.
It's okay, Lorcan. Just tell me. Then he told her. He told her about how he had talked his friend into sending his wife to hell. About the look on Michelle's face before she disappeared into the flames, and about the sound of Michelle's scream. Now Noah had seen and heard all of that. Lorcan wasn't sure how Riley was going to be able to live with himself. There's no point beating yourself up. The same goes for Riley. Noah will understand. You didn't have any other choice. Lorcan stood up, looked around, and saw the damage the wind had done to the house. He stared at the broken windows, at the broken glass on the floor.
How am I going to handle it when it's your turn to be dragged into hell? Isn't that what the curse is going to do to you? Isn't that what you said before, that death would be an easier solution? Lorcan, tell me. Don't lie to me, Orla. Is that what you meant?
Lorcan grunted out the words, his eyes sparking with fury. Orla nodded. Lorcan ran his hand through his hair. Riley stood at the doorway.
How's Noah?
Lorcan asked. Asleep now, Riley said. Thanks for being here, for helping out.
You're thanking me?
Lorcan exclaimed.
Lorcan, Orla growled. Orla's right. It's not your fault, Riley said. Do you know how you got that puncture mark on your neck?
Lorcan asked. What?
Lorcan pointed. A puncture mark on your neck. Do you know how you got it?
Riley touched his neck, then shook his head. I don't remember.
All right. Call Simon. He'll tell you. Orla, I'm taking you home.
Riley nodded, looking around at his trashed house. Talk to you tomorrow. Take care, Riley, Orla said, and followed Lorcan. All the way home, Lorcan said nothing. His expression suggested that conversation was not a good idea. Orla said nothing and went to bed as soon as they got home. A strong wind flung open the door, smashing it into the door frame and sending a vase crashing to the floor. Orla sprung up from the bed, panting. The apartment was empty. She looked around the room. Lorcan was nowhere to be found. She didn't know if he'd been gone all night or not. It was 5 a.m. Where was he? She sat down, trying to stay calm, and waited. 2 hours later, Lorcan walked through the door. Where have you been? Why? Orla trailed off when she saw his face. He was as pale as a ghost. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her. A strange smell lingered on his clothes, the smell of wood, trees, wildflowers, and ashes. She nudged him down onto the bed. Take an hour or so. Lorcan didn't need an invitation. He was already halfway to a very deep sleep. 3 hours later, Lorcan surfaced. He sniffed and awoke to the mug of coffee Orla put in front of him. He grinned up at her. As he sipped the coffee in bed, she asked, "Where were you all night?" He shrugged.
Out for a bit of fresh air. Thinking, that's all.
She arched an eyebrow. She knew he was lying, or at least withholding information from her. But unlike him, she wouldn't throw a tantrum and pry for the truth. If he had decided to lie to her, forcing him would merely give her another lie on top of the previous one. Then there would be too many lies to keep up with. He'd tell her the truth when he was ready. Orla left for the kitchen to make her coffee. She spoke from the kitchen. The computer beeped while you were asleep. She took a long time making her coffee and drank almost half of it before she returned to the living room. If he needed time and space, she'd give him just that. Back in the living room, she found Lorcan hunched over the computer. His fingers flew on the keyboard. The money's in. I'm going to trace and figure out the name of William's boss. Once I have it, I'll give Kieran and Madeline the name so they know who they're dealing with. Zen is just a pawn in this, and the kidnapping is a decoy. Lorcan muttered and worked at the same time. Orla's phone rang. She picked up, took notes, and hung up the phone. She said nothing and sat down next to Lorcan. Then she got up, taking her on-the-job purse out of a cabinet. It looked like the other purses she owned, but this one had specially designed compartments and levers that she needed for her jobs. "William call?" Lorcan asked, his eyes still glued to the computer screen. "We got the location where Zen is keeping Joe. He changed hotels a couple of times, but he seems settled now," Orla said. Lorcan finished a command on the computer and let it run. He turned toward Orla. "Before we do this, I want you to promise me one thing." "And what would that be?" "We don't know Joe, Madeline, the LeBlancs, William, and his gang. They might all be bad guys. We need to settle your curse." "You want me to kill one of them to free myself?" "I can't lose you. I can't let you be dragged to hell the way Michelle was." "But I can't just kill." "I'm not asking you to kill someone just to save yourself. I'm asking you to consider it should the opportunity arise." "I'm not sure. I don't think I can do that." "You can't, or you won't?" "I won't." Lorcan nodded. "What, you're not mad at me?" Orla asked. He smiled. "If you had said yes, I would probably doubt myself for loving you for all these years and not knowing you were capable of killing in cold blood. Let's just do this job, then we'll figure out how to get out of this. Deal?" She smiled and nodded. Lorcan darted at her, lying her back on the sofa. He kissed her. He trailed his lips along her jawline, his hands busy on her body. Her blouse was on the floor now, followed by his shirt and jeans. Their bodies tangled on the sofa, moving to the rhythm of love until they were both sated. She snuggled into his chest, feeling the virility of his body, hearing the beat of his heart, and she wished they could stay like this forever. She shifted. "We'd better go." "Just a few more seconds," he whispered, and held on to her for a little longer. Then he released her, and they left the apartment, leaving the computer running. Chapter 30. It had been 2 hours, and they had not been able to locate Zen and Joe. "Unless you can see through walls, I don't think staring at the building will help," Lorcan teased. "You have a better idea?" "I think we should go straight in and ask." "Ask whether they have a guest who appears to have kidnapped someone and hidden said person in their room?" "Well, the building is in the middle of Soho. Anything can happen here. But we can be a bit more subtle than that. Let's go." Lorcan left the rooftop of the building. Orla muttered an objection, but followed. The receptionist looked up from his computer. "May I help you?" "What do you have available? We don't have a reservation," Lorcan said. The receptionist glanced up and down at them. "We're fully booked. I'm sorry." Orla knew the receptionist hadn't even checked his database. She slid a bill across the desk. "Well, we only need an hour, and it's okay if you haven't had time to make up the room." She smiled and snuggled into Lorcan's neck, feeling him stiffen. She slid another bill across the desk and said, "We'll also need a meal delivered. You can deliver it, say, next year. And keep the tip, by the way." She smiled again. The receptionist glanced at the bills and smirked. "I'll find you a room. Would you like to pay by cash?" "Of course," Lorcan said, scowling at the way the receptionist eyed Orla. Orla opened her purse. She tipped it over, spilling the contents. Her lipstick fell to the floor and rolled to the other side of the reception desk. She cursed and chased after it, pushing the purse over. More contents poured from her purse, dropping everywhere. The receptionist got down on all fours, picking up bits and pieces for Orla. Lorcan took advantage of the receptionist's distraction, jabbing a device into a USB port on the keyboard on the counter. Before he could pull it out, the receptionist stood up.
"Oh, what a mess,"
Lorcan muttered and bent over as if to help pick up the runaway contents of Orla's purse. He pushed the keyboard over, but before it dropped and dangled by its cord, he pulled out his device. "I'm so sorry," Orla said. As soon as the receptionist put the room key on the desk, Lorcan snatched it and ushered Orla toward the elevator at the end of the dimly lit corridor covered in stained carpet. In a dingy hotel room, Lorcan looked up from his device.
Zen registered for one night only. He didn't go by Zen, not a surprise, but he wasn't smart enough to go for anything too creative either. He's in 25B.
Orla nodded. "We're in 32A, so if we go out, left, down the stairs, and right, we'll be there." She spoke while tracing her finger over the building map on the wall. A short moment later, Orla, attired in a room service uniform, knocked on the door to 25B. "Room service," she said.
"I didn't order anything,"
Zen's voice came from inside the room. "You have a package, sir," Orla said. Zen cracked the door, the inside chain lock still engaged.
"From whom?"
Orla looked at the handwritten note. "Meline, sir." Zen frowned.
"Give it to me,"
he said, and reached his hand out through the gap only wide enough to fit his fist. The package was too big to fit through.
"Put it on the floor,"
he said. "Of course, sir." Orla put the package on the floor and disappeared from Zen's sight. He waited for a few seconds. The corridor was quiet, so he opened the inside lock and opened the door wider. Before he could step outside, Lorcan kicked the door in hard. It smashed into Zen's head. Before he could register any more information, Lorcan pushed him inside the room and knocked him down. Orla darted inside and glanced around. No Joe. She ran to the wardrobe.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Lorcan muttered. Yanking the door open, Orla saw Joe curled inside the cabinet, tied up and drugged. Orla untied her and helped her to the bed. Lorcan pulled Zen up so that he stood on his wobbling legs and punched him.
"I won't hit a man while he's down. Stand up and take it like a human, you fucking low-life scumbag woman beater."
He punctuated each word with a punch. Zen slumped to the floor. "You'll kill him, Lorcan. We don't get paid for cleaning up his mess." Orla gave Joe a glass of water and a dampened washcloth. Then she picked up the desk phone and ordered a feast delivered to the room. Lorcan tied Zen up and squashed him into the cabinet with a pair of his underpants stuffed into his mouth. Orla raised an eyebrow at Lorcan.
"I had my gloves on when I touched them,"
he said. Orla paid for the meal using Zen's cash, gave the delivery man a 200% tip, and shoved the rest of Zen's cash into her pocket. With some food and fresh air, Joe recovered. She was a petite beauty in her late 20s with long black hair, a foxy face, and huge green cat eyes. "Thanks for the rescue," Joe said. She looked at Orla and Lorcan with a measured stare. Then she continued. "You're not with Meline. You're Irish. Meline doesn't know anyone from Ireland." Orla and Lorcan stared at Joe blankly. She grinned. "I'm kidding. I design characters for hologames. I've done a lot of people profiling, and I'm very good at picking up accents. You're doing very well, by the way. Most people wouldn't be able to pick up your Irish accent. Not like I'm abnormal or anything. I'm talking too much, aren't I?" She trailed off. Orla smiled. "Saves us asking you questions." Joe shrugged. Zen made a call last night to Meline. He put me on the phone, so I got to talk to Meline and Kieran. They made a deal with Zen to make an exchange for me later today. That is, Meline and Kieran were to give Zen the information he wants, and Zen was to let me go. I don't think you're in this deal at all. Who are you working for, and what do you want from me? Joe polished off the last bit of pancake on her plate. Lorcan raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair. Joe cast him an intense look, then she smiled. You're a hacker. I'm sorry? Lorcan asked. Joe pointed at Orla. She does the sweet-talking, and you do the tech and muscling jobs. You're contractors for hire. So, what's your service exactly? And don't say rescuing kidnap victims, because I won't believe you. Orla stood up. She walked to the window and stared outside. Lorcan cleared his throat. You're too smart for your own good, Joe. She does more than sweet-talking, and I hardly ever use muscles unless I have to punch up scumbags. You're right about the tech job. She hates computers. Yes, we were hired to provide a service, and part of that service involves rescuing you. Tell us why they kidnapped you, and we'll tell you the rest. Orla turned back from the window, looking at Joe, waiting for an answer. Joe shrugged. I designed a hologame called Mind Ripper. It can profile people's minds and simulate their thought processes. Effectively, it means you can pry information out of people without even asking them. Zen wants to simulate the mind of a dead alchemist named John Dee. I think Zen believes John Dee could make gold. Anyway, I was lucky. I only handle one part of the program. The other half, the more difficult half, was programmed by a game partner in London called White Knight. That's why Zen snatched me out of my apartment and blackmailed Meline. He wanted her to go to London to lure out the real person behind White Knight. Lorcan and Orla looked at each other. They'd been spying on the conversations. They knew Joe was telling the truth. You think Zen will let you go after he knows who White Knight is? Wouldn't he need your part of the program? He's already got my part. He stole it from my computer. Not that he knows how to run the program. So that's my story. What's yours? To whom am I being delivered? Why do you ask that? Lorcan asked. Obviously someone paid you to rescue me, and that person isn't Meline. Or Kieran. Orla and Lorcan looked at each other, saying nothing. Then Lorcan nodded. Orla took Zen's cash from her pocket and gave it to Joe. Take this. Don't run straight to Meline or Kieran. Go to the police. Joe stood up to leave. Can I at least know your names? Joe asked. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lorcan smiled. He kissed Joe in the cheek. You take care. I hope we meet again. I like hologames. After Joe left, Lorcan locked the door and yanked Zen out of the cabinet. He threw him on the floor.
Please don't kill me,
Zen moaned. Lorcan pressed a pillow against his head and pointed the gun at it. Orla, one bullet and you'll free yourself from the black curse. He gave Orla the gun. Zen kicked, struggled, and cried underneath the pillow. Orla held the gun, her hands shaking. She aimed at Zen's head while Lorcan held him down. We're so close, Orla. No need to worry about the curse anymore. No need to run. We'll be free to live the life we deserve. Just pull the trigger. For me. For us. Lorcan's eyes were pleading, desperate. Orla pointed the gun. Her hands shook more. She pulled at the trigger. Tears rolled down her face. Zen begged and cried. Lorcan looked at her. She let out a cry and lowered the gun. Lorcan pulled her into his arms and squeezed her tightly. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I asked you to do that. I'm so sorry. Orla could feel his body trembling with emotion. They were so close to freedom, and yet too close to demonize themselves. Lorcan dragged Zen back into the cabinet.
Today's your lucky day. One more scream before we leave the building, and you won't be that lucky.
He slammed the door closed and escorted Orla out of the hotel. Chapter 31. They walked from Soho toward the river in silence. Hand in hand, they walked along the river, breathing in the cold breeze blowing in across the water. They turned into the park and went to the riverbank where they watched the water flowing peacefully. Lorcan cradled Orla in his arms. He cupped his hand behind her neck and kissed her. His kisses always sent shockwaves through her system. She tilted her head back, stood on her tiptoes, and reached up to give him more access.
"Marry me,"
he whispered. Orla looked at Lorcan, a tear rolling down her face. "After all that we've been through, you still want to marry me?" she asked. "Knowing I might be a sorceress using dark magic or be dragged down to hell, you still want to marry me?"
"As long as you don't turn the rock you gave me into gold, I still love you and want to spend the rest of my life with you, however long or short our lives are going to be. I keep my promises. I want you to keep your promise to me, too."
He lifted her chin.
"Please say yes."
She smiled. Lorcan put on a pretend scowl.
"Still not a yes."
He pulled out the ring box from his pocket and flipped it open. A sapphire stone looked up at her. She smiled again.
"Do I need to kneel? It's a bit embarrassing in public, but if that's what it takes."
"Yes." Another tear rolled down her face. He hitched her up, kissed the tear off, and they kissed. The phone in her pocket buzzed. He groaned.
"Ignore it,"
he said. He kept kissing her. The phone buzzed again. He shoved the ring box back into its pocket and let her answer the phone. "It's Riley," Orla said, looking at the caller ID. The smile faded from Lorcan's face. "Okay, be right there." Orla hung up. "It's Noah. Trouble," she said. Lorcan grabbed Orla's hand and pulled her toward the parking lot. 20 minutes later, they stormed into Riley's house. Riley spoke too fast, stuttering. His teacher called. He sneaked out of the school in late afternoon, just before the day finished. The teacher said he'd left during the day as well. I don't know where he is. He hasn't called me. You said before that those hell creatures might still want Noah, right? Where did you run into them?"
"But I thought they got what they wanted,"
Lorcan said. Orla shook her head. "No, I don't think this is their doing."
"What do you mean? Something else out there wants Noah?"
Lorcan asked. Orla looked around the house. She crinkled her nose. "You smell that?" she asked. Lorcan and Riley shook their head. Orla walked around. "The smell of ritual. Incense. Potion. Someone performed a ritual here. As to what it was, I don't know." "Someone's got my son." Riley flopped to the couch. Orla said, "He's not in danger. Or not yet." "Please tell me how to find him. I'll do anything," Riley said.
"He can't go too far by himself,"
Lorcan said. "Hush, shh, listen," Orla said. They heard a hissing sound, scratching, and something moving in the corner of the room. Then the kitten climbed in from the little door Riley made him. "Oh, there you are. You know where Noah is, right? Show us." The kitten stared at Orla, then turned and went back out the cat door.
"You've got to be kidding me."
Lorcan grumbled, but followed Orla outside. The kitten headed toward the park behind the house.
"You can't be serious. We got attacked here, and now Noah's coming back here by himself?"
The kitten kept walking. At the far end of the park, they could see the flicker of candles. Even from a distance, they could see Noah's tiny shape, wearing a black jacket and walking barefoot in a circle with a book in his hands. He chanted words he read from a small piece of paper. Before Riley could call out for his son, a whirl of black smoke seeped up from the ground around Noah. They heard the painful roars of demons from hell. The wind gushed out from behind the trees and the candles flickered rapidly. "He's summoning the dark spirits to free his mother," Orla muttered. "This isn't going to work. It doesn't work that way." The three of them ran at Noah, calling out to him. He didn't seem to hear them, but continued to chant as if he couldn't stop. His eyes rolled back in his head. The wind grabbed at Orla, Riley, and Lorcan, throwing them in the opposite direction. It whirled around Noah like a small tornado, forming an invisible wall. They couldn't penetrate it. Riley called out for Noah again, but he didn't answer. He dropped the book on the ground and kept chanting. "It's the wrong spell. They're going to take him," Orla said. They could all hear the roaring sound of hundreds of hungry demons from hell.
"Do something, Orla,"
Lorcan said.
"You can't let them."
They heard a shriek from behind them. Spirits raised up and marched toward the circle. Orla dropped to the ground and drew a triangle on the grass. She mumbled a spell to release hexes and curses. The ground rumbled, and they heard a cracking sound. "Look out!" Lorcan charged at Orla, pulling her out of the way just before a tree fell down where she just sat. Orla kept muttering her spells. Noah's eyes came back to normal. He saw the army of creatures and demons approaching him. In the distance, he could see his father, Lorcan, and Orla. The creatures penetrated the wind wall and approached Noah. Lorcan and Riley tried again to break through, but couldn't. They heard a meow and saw the small shadow of the kitten throwing itself at the wind wall. The wall shattered and the wind stopped. Lorcan and Riley rushed over to Noah. The creatures ran toward Noah as well. The cat stood in front of the boy, ears perked up, green eyes sparkling, fur bristled, tail straight up, teeth bared. These gigantic hell creatures stopped in their tracks, halted by a cat and a kid. "A symbol of the innocent," Orla whispered. She smiled and continued to chant her spells. The ground beneath the creatures suddenly caved in and swallowed them. The ground underneath Noah also dropped out, and he disappeared from sight. Orla swung her arms, and the earth in front of them cracked open. She dove in, followed by Lorcan and Riley. They dropped into a dark place. Hell. In front of them and at a distance, Noah stood with the kitten in his hands. The long and dark hallway was flanked by holes and cells with creatures, demons, and shackled people. Blood and gore was everywhere, and Noah walked straight ahead, ignoring Lorcan and Riley's cries. "He's going to get his mother. Until he does, he won't come back," said Orla. They raced after him, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't catch him. Noah strode through the narrow corridor, ignoring the creatures that reached out to grab him. Riley, Orla, and Lorcan ran and ran, calling to him. Nothing seemed to work. While the adults were being attacked left and right, Noah seemed unstoppable. The creatures and demons hissed at him, but withdrew as he passed. He finally reached the last cell, where he found Michelle, shackled to a wall. "Mother!" Noah called. Michelle looked up, blinked, and recognized her son. "Noah! Run!" she cried out. Two demon gatekeepers stepped out in front of the boy, gigantic axes in their hands. Orla screamed out her spells. Fireballs flew at the gatekeepers, but they caused no damage. Instead, they bounced back at Orla. Lorcan could see them coming, but they were too fast, and there was nothing he could do except watching them rain down on her. But suddenly, a white shadow shot out in front of Orla and wrapped the fireballs up in a ring of white light. The shadow turned around. "Aunt Siobhan!" Orla gasped. The old woman glowed. She smiled at Orla.
"You owe me the white curse again."
She cast a glance at Lorcan, and then she vanished.
"No,
No, Auntie, that's not what I want. Orla cried, but her aunt could no longer hear her. Michelle continued to beg Noah to go away. The two gatekeepers approached him. Riley yelled out for Noah. He and Lorcan were attacked and held back by other creatures.
I command you to release my mother,
Noah said. The gatekeepers snarled, teeth bared, and swung their axes. Noah hung on to the cat with one arm, swinging his free arm at the gatekeepers. Their two axes bounced back, sending the gatekeepers reeling. They roared in anger.
I command you to release my mother,
Noah repeated and swung his arm again. The barred doors at the side of the corridor collapsed. He swung again, and the barred door of his mother's cell flew away and her shackles broke loose. The wall behind her exploded, revealing a lighted pathway, the way to heaven. Michelle turned around, looked at Riley, and smiled. "Thank you, Noah," she said, and vanished into the light. Behind Michelle, if Orla was not mistaken, she saw the small shadow of the mother cat following her into the light. From the dark corners, the gatekeepers and other creatures had recovered. Orla and Noah swung their arms at the same time and chorused their spells. Then the entire world exploded into white light. Chapter 32. Orla opened her eyes in the hospital to see Lorcan's striking blue eyes looking down at her. Then Riley came in, sitting down next to him. She wished Noah and the cat would come in as well, so she'd know she was the only one lying in a hospital bed. "How's Noah?" she asked groggily. "He's fine now, in the children's wing," Riley said. "He doesn't remember what he did, though." "I'll look into it when I'm up," Orla said, pushing herself into a sitting position. Lorcan helped her. He tucked a large pillow behind her back for support. "I just want to say thank you," Riley said. "For what? I didn't exactly help Noah or anything. The boy saved himself, and his mother. That's unbelievable." "You took us there," Riley said. "How did we end up in this hospital, and how did we explain to people what happened?" Orla asked. Lorcan spoke now. "We were having a picnic, and our gas canister exploded. You and Noah had concussions. Riley and I only have cuts and bruises. The doctor bought it." "Did we destroy the park?" Orla chuckled. Lorcan nodded and smiled. "Freak accidents happen," he said. Orla's phone buzzed on the table. Lorcan picked it up and showed the caller ID to Orla. It was William Turk. He hit the ignore button. 5 seconds passed, and William called again. Lorcan picked it up. "We're busy," he snarled.
Where's Orla?
William's voice came out from the speaker. "I'm part of the team. You can talk to me."
Oh, I forgot. You bullied your way into the team. How did it go with the merchandise? Did you get the job done?
"Yes, we got the job done. And for your information, Joe is not merchandise."
Whatever. When will you deliver her?
"Soon."
How about tomorrow?
"That's too soon."
It's not your call. Put Orla on the phone.
"She's busy."
Busy blowing up public property? I watch TV, Lorcan. Look, I know you guys are working for other clients too, but I paid you half the money already, and I want my merchandise."
"It's your boss who paid us, not you."
"I have the rest of the cash. Can you deliver tomorrow?"
Lorcan looked at Orla. She nodded. "All right. Tomorrow. Text me the when and where." Lorcan put the phone aside. He came back to Orla's bed and caught the look on her face. gesturing toward Riley. Riley stood leaning against the wall. His face was pallid, and he was taking deep breaths as if trying to take control of himself. Sweat trickled down from his forehead into his face. "Riley, you don't look well," said Lorcan. "Why don't you sit down? It was very hard to yank you back here, so don't you dare have another episode on me." Lorcan pulled a chair over and pushed Riley down into it. Orla got up from bed. She crouched in front of Riley. "Riley, look at me. Open your—" She reached up to hold his hands, but as soon as she touched them, they both jerked back and fell onto the floor. Orla's eyes rolled back. She couldn't see and hear anything. She was sucked into a dark tunnel, moving backward, and then she was on the floor. Orla concentrated, focused. No, it wasn't her on the floor, but she was looking up from the floor in Riley's house. She was seeing the vision via Riley's eyes. The man standing over Riley was one of the goons working for William Turk. She had seen him getting out of the car to take care of the gardener's body after William had executed him. He was speaking on a cell phone, and William's voice was responding to the questions.
"Boss, I don't think this guy knows anything, and I don't see a kid in the house. Are you sure he gave you the right address?"
"We've got the right address, and you've got the right guy. He was at Fosse Way. How can you be so sure he doesn't know anything?"
said William.
"I don't know. If he'd gotten your paper, he would have reacted when I showed up at the door. Just a hunch, but better safe than sorry. I'll put a bullet in him, and I'll do the same with the kid. That way we don't have to worry about whether they know anything, okay?"
"No, don't make a mess. People will notice. Just stick the needle in him. He won't remember a thing after this."
"Are you sure? A bullet would be a lot easier. I can make it look like a robbery gone wrong."
People rob banks, not medical doctors with kids, you idiot. Just do what I say.
Okay.
Chapter 33. Lorcan's voice sounded in the distance.
"Orla, wake up, honey."
He shook her shoulders. Orla opened her eyes and saw Riley sitting on the chair, looking a bit dazed but awake. Lorcan pulled her into his arms.
"Don't keep doing this to me."
He rocked her in his arms. Orla whispered into Lorcan's ear. "Riley's remembering what happened to him. He doesn't know about our job for William. William lost something at Fosse Way and thought Riley had gotten it." Lorcan turned and looked at Riley. "What just happened to Orla?" Riley asked.
She still has the concussion. What about you?"
Lorcan asked. "I'm okay, just a bit dizzy. I remember that voice."
"What voice?"
"You just talked to him on the phone. I remember his voice."
"All right, I'll take you back to Noah, and then you stay there, okay?"
Riley nodded. When Lorcan and Riley left the room, Orla got up and changed out of her hospital gown. Later, Orla told Lorcan what she had seen in her vision. They went back to her apartment, where Lorcan spent a few hours on his computer searching for information. Orla went to the kitchen to make coffee for Lorcan, and she heard his voice from the living room.
The coffee machine has a very sharp lever at the side. Don't cut yourself on it. I'll fix it later."
She checked the machine and found the sharp edge. Orla smiled to herself. Lorcan would make a very caring lover, husband, and even father. Her smile faded, knowing it was wishful thinking at the moment. She made the coffee and took it back to the living room.
"The guy is Sam Windsor. He doesn't have a residential address, but I know where he is now,"
Lorcan said. "Why do we need to do anything about Sam Windsor? We have a plan. We'll go back to William, trick him to a location, and call the cops on him."
"Well, that was the plan, but the money William wired to us using his boss's account, he closed the account. Disappeared without a trace. We can't tie him to the murder of the gardener."
"But we did receive the money. It's in our bank account." Yes, but the name on the sender's account now is Stephen Marshall. He's an American cop and has nothing whatsoever to do with what we're doing here. He's never been to England, let alone a cop of his rank having $1 million to throw into a job that obviously has nothing to do with him. Is he a real cop or just a profile? Lorcan turned the monitor around to show Orla the picture. New York cop. Shiny record. Look at him. I bet he doesn't even have a speeding ticket. How can William change the record just like that? And why? Lorcan shrugged. I think he's jerking his boss around. They're all gold diggers at the end of the day. Looking for John D., computing, data mining. It all leads to that. Everyone wants a piece of the cake. Whatever his boss is looking for in Joe, William wants that too. We let Joe go. Gotta make up something by tomorrow for William. Sam Windsor seems to be the guy who does dirty jobs for William. Find him, we might find whatever it is William was afraid that Riley knew. Orla nodded. Fair enough. Lorcan frowned. If it's fair, why are you still scowling? I'm just copying the look on your face right now. Lorcan exhaled. He put his head in his hands. We triggered the white curse again, which is fine. The white curse is just against me. But we have the black curse against you that we have to take care of, and now... Now we don't know how to break the curses, Orla smiled. The white curse against you is not fine. It triggered everything. The black curse is unbreakable now, so adding another curse doesn't matter anymore. People are gonna die eventually. That's not the point. You saw Michelle. That's no way to die. Orla sat down next to Lorcan. I have you. We have each other. As far as I'm concerned, we're luckier than a lot of people. If we were to die soon, would you rather spend the rest of our days sad and angry? Lorcan turned Orla around and looked into her eyes. She had changed a lot, matured a great deal in a short period of time. This sort of statement would most of the time come from him. He knew he was a sentimental fool. Many would consider him weak when it came to her. He didn't mind. Couldn't care less. Lorcan Brodie had never cared what people thought about him. Never cared about the way people were supposed to live. Love and freedom was what he lived for. Now the love that came from Orla shook him to his core. He lifted her up and carried her and walked over to the sofa. Her legs wrapped around his waist. She unbuttoned his shirt, her mouth busy on his. He put her down on the sofa, but she flipped him over. They both dropped on the floor with her on top, straddling him. Before he knew it, his jeans were tangled at his ankles. He kicked them off. He tore off her blouse. His hands roamed over her body. She took his arms by the wrists. No, let me. She pinned his arms to the floor and used her hips to drive him. She kissed him slowly, so slowly it was torture. She savored the moment. He responded. They ravished each other. His body bucked underneath her. He closed his striking blue eyes. Open your eyes, she whispered. I want you to watch me. I want you to watch us. Then she kept driving, pushing, loving until they were both sated. Chapter 34. In Chinatown, Lorcan and Orla weaved their way through the crowded streets, heading toward an Asian grocery store. The small shop sat on a corner street. A small rusty door sagged open on one side, and the flickering neon sign was not inviting. Inside the shop, stacks of goods were piled everywhere. Lorcan walked inside, pulling Orla behind him. An Asian man standing at the back of the shop glanced at him. We are not open, he said. Lorcan approached the man. At 6'1", Lorcan towered over him, but the man certainly didn't act as if he had any physical disadvantage. I said we are not open, he repeated. We're looking for Sam Windsor. Don't know him. Lorcan lowered his voice. You might want to rethink your answer. I'm in a good mood and I don't want to have to hurt anyone.
What did he do?
He owes me money. Serious money. Unless you want to pay me, you call him here right now so we can have a chat. I'll be waiting upstairs. Lorcan walked toward the back of the shop where there was a small set of stairs tucked in a corner.
I told you.
And I heard you, but as I said, I'll be waiting for him upstairs. Tell him that the money he lost at Fosse Way is mine. I want it back. The man grabbed a steel bar used to lock the door and swung at Lorcan. Lorcan grabbed the bar in mid-air, yanked it away from the man, and leveled it at the man's kneecap. He screamed. Lorcan followed with a kick and dragged the screaming man up the set of stairs. Orla locked the shop door. As soon as they got to the top of the stairs, a bullet hit the man's head, exploding onto the wall behind them. Lorcan fired in the general direction of the shooter. He dropped the dead man and charged at the silhouette of his adversary as it fell to the ground. On the floor was Sam Windsor. Lorcan gave him another kick and tied his hands behind his back. Lorcan's bullet had hit Sam in his shoulder.
What do you want?
Sam grunted. Orla charged up the stairs and stood behind Lorcan.
You know who I work for?
Sam asked. What did William lose at Fosse Way? Lorcan asked.
Do you know who I work for?
I have the gun. I get to ask the questions. Sam smirked.
He's an idiot. He bluffed you about the money, and he wanted to cheat his boss.
Who's his boss?
I can't tell you.
Lorcan pointed the gun at Sam's head. Even if I threaten to blow your brains out? Sam stared.
Go ahead. There's no easy death for betrayal. I'd rather eat your bullet right now than betray my master.
Your master? Orla frowned.
I work for God,
Sam said. Lorcan whacked Sam in the head with the gun barrel, pounding on him with the rage he'd withheld all afternoon. No god is going to ask you to kill a defenseless man and a kid. Lorcan screamed, railing the man with kicks and punches. Orla had to pull him off. You'll kill him, Lorcan! Lorcan exclaimed. He would have put that bullet in Riley's head and killed Noah without a second thought. If William hadn't said no, he would have executed them without blinking. What kind of monster is he? Why does he get to live and people like Michelle have to die and be sent to hell? And now he claims he's working for God? Lorcan waved his arms in frustration. What kind of justice is that? What kind of world are we living in? Sam chuckled.
That's why we're working our way out of here.
Let me help you. Lorcan pointed the gun at Sam's head, but Orla pulled him back. That's too easy, Lorcan. Listen to me. We have a problem to handle here. He and William are the same kind, cold-blooded killers. But if you kill him now when he can't defend himself, you're no different than he is. We talked about this, Lorcan. Lorcan nodded, and he lowered the gun. All right. You work for William, but I guess you're just a mole in his company. I don't care who you really work for. But if you're not on William's side, then tell us what he lost at Fosse Way.
A formula.
What kind of formula? Drugs? Sam stared at Lorcan.
Do I look like the kind of guy who can make sense of gibberish on paper?
Guess not, Lorcan muttered. It's got to have something to do with medicine. That's why he freaked out when he thought the doctor had it? Lorcan asked. Does this have anything to do with the drug you injected into the doctor? Orla asked.
How the hell should I know? Look, William's a nasty son of a bitch. He's ambitious, too. He stole the formula from my boss. He only wanted to copy it, but then some guy snatched the paper. He got his right-hand man to get it back. But you killed that guy at Fosse Way. When William asked me to go there,
The bodies were gone, as well as the paper. Does William want Jo as well? He's not giving her to his boss? Sam nodded. Look, you want to nail him for whatever reason. I don't care. I'm not his buddy. I have no ties. I can show you where he stocks his smuggled drugs right here in this warehouse. You can use that against him. One call to the cops, and he'll be done. He hides the drugs here? Orla asked. Is there anything we can use to tie him to the drugs? Finding the drugs doesn't do anything if we can't link him to them. I can show you, and then you can decide what to do. Lorcan nodded. All right. He untied Sam. Sam stood and moaned, then pointed at a side door. He led, and Lorcan and Orla followed him. The door opened to another wing of the building. Stacks of sealed boxes were piled high against the wall. Sam shuffled through piles of paper for a few minutes, and then opened a drawer. Lorcan saw a flash of metal in Sam's hands. He pushed Orla backward and pointed his gun at Sam. They both fired at the same time. Sam's head was shattered as the bullet pierced it. Lorcan staggered back with a bullet in his shoulder. His gun fell to the floor. Orla grabbed him before he fell. Oh, God, so much blood. It's okay. Just a flesh wound. Let's get out of here, Orla said. They exited the building by the back door. The next morning, Lorcan snuggled in bed next to Orla. She had tended to his injury, and he was trying to recuperate as much as possible. He stirred. Hey, she kissed his cheek. Take another hour, then we have to go to William's office. Lorcan nodded. Is all of your wiring gear ready? Yep, I can do it with my eyes closed. He smiled at her. It should be okay. We'll bug him and then hand him over to the cops. Then we can get out of here. Have you thought of where you want to go? Anywhere with you is good with me. Is there a place where the curses won't follow us? Unfortunately, not. Until I can kill someone to feed the black curse, and you can stop loving me to free yourself from the white curse, we won't find a place on Earth where we can be free. How about off the planet? Lorcan grinned. Orla rolled her eyes. Sure, let's take the spaceship. Have you reserved the tickets? Lorcan chuckled. Yes, of course. He rolled over and buried his face between her breasts. I certainly don't sell any tickets in there. She giggled, pulled his face out, and kissed his lips. Chapter 35. William's office was located on level 46 of the Century Tower. Directly outside of the bank of elevators, a corridor led Orla and Lorcan to the sumptuous but deserted entrance of the Connector Group. The door swung open as they approached. There was no receptionist at the counter. The open planning area with more than 20 desks was empty. The lights were dimmed and the computer screens were idle. In here, William's voice echoed out from an office wing. Lorcan pushed Orla behind him and walked toward the door. The massive office had no furniture except for a gigantic desk at the far end where William sat. This was the corner end of the building, where the glass walls allowed open views of the city. William gestured to the seats in front of his desk. We've just moved in. It will take some time to settle, William said, and glanced at Orla. Obviously, you haven't brought the merchandise with you. We're not stupid, Orla said dryly. Lorcan put a piece of paper on the desk. Here's where we put Jo. You have the money? William put a briefcase on the desk. As you requested, this is the cash. Before reaching for the suitcase, Lorcan attached a bug under the seat of the chair in which he was sitting. Orla dropped her purse on the floor. Excuse me. She bent down to pick up her purse and attached a bug underneath the desk. When she sat upright, the exchange continued. The briefcase and the piece of paper were both pushed to the midpoint of the desk. William stopped, saying, "I can't let you take the money before I check on your delivery." "I can't give you the address without having the money first," Lurin said. "As you can see, I have no assistants here. None of my staff are around. I couldn't go against the two of you if I wanted to keep the money. I can make a call from here. You wait for my people to check out the address to see if Joe is there. Once they confirm, you'll get the money." "What if they confirm and then you kill us right here? It would only take a couple of bullets. I bet you have guns close at hand," Orla said. "And you don't have a weapon?" William smirked. "Indeed we do, but there's no need for bloodshed," Lurin said. "Are you sure the address is real?" "Of course," Orla said. "And my people will find Joe there?" "They will. But as I said, I can't let you check it out before we get the money," Lurin said. William leaned back in his chair, contemplating. Then he nodded. "You won't walk out of here with the money before I verify at my end." Lurin shrugged. "Okay." Then he pushed the piece of paper further toward William, while William pushed the money toward Orla. Then they heard a faint clicking sound. Lurin sprang to his feet and threw his body over Orla. They dropped to the floor. Bullets sprayed the room. Machine guns. The glass wall behind William shattered. His body was riddled with bullets. His body, propped up in his desk chair, rolled over to the shattered wall and fell out of the building. Wind blew through the office via the broken glass wall. Lights flickered. A hand snatched the piece of paper with the address before it flew away. Someone grabbed the briefcase of money, and then footsteps clicked on the polished floor. Someone flipped Lurin's body, which lay on top of Orla's, flopping him onto the floor. The footsteps walked away, and further away. Then it was quiet. Darkness. Chapter 36. Orla could hear the wind and feel the cold. She could hear herself drawing her last breaths. They were heavy, filled with bubbling blood flowing into her lungs. She promised Lurin she'd marry him when this was over. Now here she was, unable to fulfill her promise. She had unfinished business. She couldn't let it end like this. She was special. She had been born and raised to lead. She had spent her life as a thief because she didn't want to kill. She'd sacrificed her access to power, and it wasn't all to end her life on a cold floor, unable to protect her lover. She heard herself chanting the ancient vow, the vow of devotion, the vow of herself, to her ancestors. The smell of jasmine rose up from the floor and thickened in the air. Whirls of black mist hovered around her. Strong spirits, she thought. But nothing was as strong as her vow, the vow she meant to make to her ancestors. The jasmine scent increased. Energy washed through her body as she chanted the ancient spell. More energy, waves of energy, oceans of energy poured into her. Her wounds closed. Her body was healed. She sat up, gathering Lurin's body in her arms. He stirred and opened his eyes.
"Orla."
As he spoke, blood bubbled from his mouth and ran down his chin. She wiped it away. Tears rolled down her face.
"Orla, please don't use the black curse to save me. I don't want it to hang on you."
"I can't let you die."
"The ring. It's in my pocket."
She took the ring box out of his pocket. "Lurin, please don't do this to me."
"I'd like to see you wear it,"
he whispered. She put the ring on, her vision blurred with tears. The sapphire stared up at her. In her arms, Lurin smiled. He closed his eyes, and then he stopped breathing. Oh, no. No. You're supposed to propose to me properly. You're supposed to marry me. She rocked his body in her arms. She knew he was gone. The white curse was too strong this time. But she couldn't let it take him. Nobody, nothing could take him away from her. She respected his wish, but she loved him more than any wishes on this earth. Then she chanted the black curse to summon the dark spirits. She kept chanting, murmuring the ancient tune and the promises to the spirits and to her tribe, to the dead and the alive, and to her branch of sorcery. She called to everyone and everything she remembered from those short years of training in her childhood. She called. She promised. She'd turn around the planetary chart of the world if she had to. He shuddered in her arms. She felt a hint of warmth. She could feel the blood flowing again in his veins and his heart resume its steady beat. She heard bullets clank on the floor as they were pushed from his body. She felt his life return. Lorcan coughed and opened his eyes. He jerked up, panting, and looked around. Orla cupped his face. "It's all right. You're all right. Calm down." His blue eyes pierced her, striking and focused. He looked at her. Her eyes were dark. Glanced around, taking stock.
"What have you done?"
Lorcan asked. A tear trickled down her face. Lorcan could smell the jasmine. It was so thick it burnt. He knew it was the smell of spirits, the dark spirits. She had used the black curse again, but this time it was more serious than before. This was the point of no return for her. He could see it in her face. In the room was something beyond his control, something that would take her away.
"No."
Lorcan sprung to his feet.
"No," he repeated. "I won't let this happen."
He could see the black mist whirling now. "I'm sorry, Lorcan." Tears rolled down her face. "I have to go now." More wind blew into the room. It got colder by the second.
"No, you're not bringing me back here and then leaving me, Orla."
"But we live. Once we stay alive, we can figure things out."
"Now."
A hollow male voice echoed in the room out of nowhere.
"Orla. Now."
The whisper of an ancient sorcerer. Orla mumbled in fear. Lorcan had never seen her afraid. The black mist formed into the shape of a man in a black robe.
"Now,"
he said again. Lorcan pushed Orla behind him.
"Old man, she's not going anywhere with you."
The figure croaked out something in an ancient tongue that made no sense to Lorcan. Realizing Lorcan didn't understand a word, the old man rumbled in English.
"I can take back what I gave."
He blew out a stream of cold mist. It swirled and shot at Lorcan. Lorcan slumped to the floor as the energy was evaporated from him. "No, ancestor! Whoever you are, please don't take him!" Orla cried. Chapter 37. The door of an elevator opened. Maya strode in. "These shoes aren't made for walking, let alone running. You owe me this one, Lorcan." On the floor, Lorcan looked up at Maya. She was stunning, her skin radiant, her hair flowing, and gorgeous in those high heels. She looked different from the day he'd met her in the backyard at Mortlake.
"I won't touch your subject. You won't touch mine,"
the old man croaked. He released Lorcan. Lorcan stood up and grabbed Orla.
"You made it, Maya. Do we have the deal?"
Lorcan asked her. Orla frowned. Maya nodded. "Yes, we've got it. You got what you asked for." Lorcan grinned. The old man growled.
"Where and when?"
Lorcan asked. "Down below, now." Maya pointed at the broken glass wall. Lorcan cautiously peeked over the edge and looked down. Orla followed. From level 46, William's body sprawled on the cement of the empty parking lot, looked like a broken toy. Can we do it on the ground floor? Or I can maybe tolerate jumping from level 1. But this is a bit high, don't you think? Lorcan asked Maya.
What? Jumping out of here?
Orla gasped. The old man growled louder. His body glowed.
Comb folly. I'm a deity. Do you really think that old spirit of yours can do any more than scratch me? Stop your infernal howling,
Maya chastised.
Comb? You broke our rules 500 years ago. You used to be the leader,
Orla exclaimed.
Maya interrupted. This is your one and only chance, Lorcan. I can control the gate. It'll open on the third thunderstrike and remain that way for exactly 30 seconds.
The first wave of thunder rumbled across the sky. Comb roared and glowed so brightly he looked as if he would burst into flames.
Orla, come with me now. You have made a vow.
He advanced on her. Maya swung her arm. A blade of cold air pushed Comb backward.
That's gonna cost me, damn it,
Maya muttered. A second thunder crash.
The gate will open on the next one, Lorcan,
Maya said. Lorcan looked down. There was nothing in the air below.
What gate, Lorcan?
Orla asked.
The Daemon Gate,
he said.
So we jump and die and then end up at the gate to heaven?
Orla asked. Lorcan shook his head. You promised to marry me when this is over, so follow me. I love you. The third thunderblast exploded in the sky. Comb roared in anger.
Orla, come back to your family.
He reached out. Maya blasted him with another wedge of icy air. Lorcan stood at the edge of the floor. He turned and looked at Maya. Thank you. We owe you this life, he said. Then he spread his arms like wings and let himself free fall.
Lorcan!
Orla screamed. She charged at the edge of the room, and she jumped after him. The fall was long. They fell, and kept falling. Lorcan looked down and saw William's body in the lot. He looked up and saw that Orla had followed him. Lying, body crushed, next to William in an empty parking lot was not the most desirable way to die. There was really no good way, Lorcan thought. He'd always considered the saying that your life flashed before your eyes before you died as a cliché. Yet here he was, recalling the moments of his childhood with Orla at the spring in the Irish countryside. If his life could be summed up by short moments, those were the ones he was remembering as he fell. Not that his adult life with Orla wasn't good, but it certainly wasn't innocent. He was happy, but he craved the feelings they had for each other as childhood sweethearts. He was a sentimental fool, after all. The night after he saw Michelle dragged to hell, Lorcan left Orla. Not forever, but the thought did cross his mind. He would have preferred that they live apart, but hold on to the love they had for each other, rather than live together in a place where she had to block him and their love out of her mind because of her idiotic commitment to her family. Leaving her wasn't a solution, but he was confused, desperate, and in need of a way out for both of them. Then Maya came to him with a proposal he couldn't refuse. The brilliant and beautiful deity, who for reasons he didn't understand and didn't have the time to find out, was bound to save his life. After Fosse Way, she told him that he was to die by gunshots if she didn't interfere. He had died tonight, but Orla had cheated their way out of death again. In an effort to save him, Maya had negotiated for him to take a test to be a Daemon gatekeeper. Daemon Gate was a dimension that connected the multiverse. It was like another world, Maya said. The description seemed appropriate. A whole new world. In reality, it was a dimension that curved in time, space, mind, and worldview. It was the connecting passage between 90 other dimensions. It was a tunnel that helped screen travelers between the participating universes. In a nutshell, in order to pass through the Daemon Gate, passengers had to pass tests designed by gatekeepers. The Daemon Gate was recruiting for new gatekeepers with the skills that Maya believed Lorcan had: data thievery for auditing and reinforcement. If he became a gatekeeper, he could live in the Daemon Gate, a dimension and a world independent of any universe, Earth included. He would be free from life, moral debt, and lingering strings which attached him to Earth. He would be free. That night he took the tests. It was only a few hours Earth time, but in the gate he suffered through 3 months of life and death tests that cut him to the bone. His body, his mind, and his spirit were tested to their limits, but he passed the tests and they wanted him. He was offered a position that he never had dreamed of in his life. They wanted him, and they wanted him badly. It was at that point that he laid down his cards. He wanted a package deal. He wanted Orla there with him. He let Maya negotiate the deal for him. As far as he was concerned, it was all or nothing. That morning, he returned to Orla in the apartment, not knowing whether the deal had gone through or not. The smell of wildflowers and forests lingered on his clothes. He saw her pulling him into her arms, not asking questions, and he knew that he had done the right thing for both of them. And here he was, jumping to another dimension. Or maybe not. The gate was wide open on the ground, somewhere right in front of him. But this time, he knew they were testing him for courage by opening it mid-air. He looked down and could see William's dead body. He looked up, and Orla was still free-falling with him. How long was 30 seconds? It felt like a lifetime. As the important moments of his life played out in his mind, Lorcan had a feeling that he might have been jumping to his death. Even worse, he had asked Orla to come with him. And she had. He looked down again. As they reached a point 9 floors up from the ground, a hollow ring of air with a red rim of fire and sparks of electrical current opened up and swallowed them. Chapter 38. Lorcan and Orla dropped down onto soft grass and rolled a bit before they got their footing. He stood up, darting toward Orla to help. She huffed. "Did we die?" Lorcan chuckled. "Apparently not. What an epic jump we did." "Where the hell are we?" Orla asked. In front of them were rolling green hills, the scenery of the Irish countryside. Lorcan smiled. He had requested the setting and the scenery that was similar to their homeland. On top of a nearby hill, a stone castle perched. He named the castle after her. He knew that would please her. Lorcan kissed Orla. "We're home," he said. She shook her head. "I don't have a home. We don't have a home." He tilted her chin up and looked into her eyes. "We do now, and we've earned it." He smiled at her. "This is the Daemon Gate, a whole new world. Our new world. It's independent from any other world in any dimension, including the supernatural. This is a world where our curses can't follow." Then he told her about the night he had left the apartment and had come back exhausted. He told her about the tests he had had to pass to gain them entry to this completely free and virtuous world. "You said virtuous?" Orla asked. "Yes, the Daemon Gate recruits only the most virtuous to be gatekeepers." "Like saints?" Lorcan laughed. "No, they recruit men, good men." "What does being virtuous mean? Exactly how did they test that?" Lorcan frowned. "I had my own way to pass the tests. I'm good at what I do." He held her hand, leading her to the castle, imposingly located on the top of the hill. They stood at its entrance, and her jaw dropped. "You named the castle after me?" Lorcan grinned. "Orla means the Golden Princess. Didn't you know that? It's a pretty name for a castle." He verified his palm print on a lock control panel at the door. A robotic voice announced from the speaker.
"Welcome home, Mr. and Mrs. Brody. Your household has been prepared for you, and your dinner will be served in 10 meals.
"What's 10 meals?" Orla asked, confused. The voice answered.
10 meals is equal to 1 hour Earth time, 1.25 UDays time, 0.6 Xylok time, 5...
"Stop," Lorcan said. "We get the idea. Thank you."
"I am at your command, Master Brody."
"Master? They call you Master?" "Would you prefer Prince? I think that's a bit cheesy. How about Boss?" "Nah, that sounds like a TV show." Lorcan chuckled. "They're robots. Machines. They call you whatever you program them to. It's nothing personal. There is no ego here." He grinned. "This is perfect," she whispered. He spun her around and pinned her to the wall. He savored her lips. "There are many more perfect things upstairs. Everything is just the way you like it." "This is too good to be true, Lorcan. What did you have to do to get it? What did you trade for all of this?" "I traded nothing but my talent." He kissed her again. "Tell me, please, how did you do this?" His striking blue eyes locked on hers. "Do you like it here?" She nodded. "Are you happy?" She nodded again. "You're safe and happy. That's all that matters." "At least for now," he thought. Then he planted a bone-melting kiss on her mouth so that she completely forgot what she had been asking him.
This has been White Curse, Spellbreaker, Spectrum of Magic, Book 1, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Claire Lindsay. White Curse audio production is brought to you by DN Media and Narrative Land Publishing, exclusive to the Multiverse Novels channel. For more novels in the Multiverse collection, please visit dnleo.com/audiobooks, or click on the link provided below this video. We hope you enjoyed the experience. To support the YouTube channel, please consider subscribing to the channel and like this video. Thank you for listening.